গুহারি লাগাই আমি চারণ গাও না, বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না ভাইরে, বাংলায় অভয়ার প্রাণ বাঁচে না, বাংলা মায়ের প্রাণ বাঁচে না। নদী ভরা জল, ক্ষেত ভরা ফসল, ছিল না খুশির ঠিকানা। আজ সে নদী আছে, সেই ক্ষেত আছে, কেন গো সবার পেট ভরে না? খালি এই দুহাত, কপালে করা ঘাত, বছর ভর তো কাজ জোটে না। গাঁ শহর খালি, যুবা গেল চলি, বিদেশে বিভুঁইয়ে মান বাঁচে না। হায় গো বাঙালির প্রাণ বাঁচে না, বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না, বঙ্গ বাঙালির মান বাঁচে না। আজি এই আসরে জ্ঞানী গুণীর দোরে, গুহারি লাগাই কবি চারণ গাও না। হিন্দু মুসলমান বাঙালি নওজোয়ান, অন্তরে ছিল শুভ কামনা। অশুভ কালো হাতে, বিভেদ বজ্রাঘাতে, বাড়ছে বাঙালির কাঙালিপনা। জাদুকর সওদাগর অশুভ আতাতে, বাড়িয়া যায় দেশের যাতনা। শিয়রে রাহু কেতু, ভাঙে মিলন সেতু, জীবন ভরে গেল বঞ্চনায়। বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না, বঙ্গে বাঙালির জান বাঁচে না। আজি এই আসরে জ্ঞানী গুণীর দোরে, গুহারি লাগাই আমি চারণ গাও না। বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না ভাইরে, বাংলায় অভয়ার মান বাঁচে না। আজি এই আসরে জ্ঞানী গুণীর দোরে, গুহারি লাগাই আমি চারণ গাও না। বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না ভাইরে, বাংলায় অভয়ার জান বাঁচে না। বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না ভাইরে, বাংলায় অভয়ার জান বাঁচে না। বাংলায় অভয়ার জান বাঁচে না, বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না, বাংলা মায়ের মান বাঁচে না। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Please, I am requested to sit. Please, we'll start the session. be seated. We are going to start the session. We are going to start the session. Please be seated. The first session of the last day of all the AIPSC is generally dedicated to the developmental issues of the respective states where the AIPSC is organized. So, this session will be on the developmental issues of West Bengal with different perspective. So, we have with 4 resource person expert in different fields. So we have with Professor Achin Chakraborty, Professor Institute of Developmental Studies, Kolkata. He will deliver his speech on economy, agriculture and industry. And Shivaji Chakraborty, Professor Shivaji Chakraborty, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, Jadavpur University, and President, West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology. He will deal with the science and technology issue or issues of West Bengal. Professor Kumar Rana, scholar and social activist, he will deal with the education issues of our state, West Bengal. And Samudra Sengupta, CMOH, North Chobbish Parganas, Government of West Bengal, he will deliver his speech on the health issues. And the session will be chaired by Professor Shoubhanik Rai, one of the joint convener of our seminar subcommittee under 18th AIPSC organizing committee. I am requested all of them to be seated in the dais, come to the dais and be seated. The 4 speakers and dignitaries of these sessions will be felicitated by Sri Milan Gayan, one of the joint convener of the seminar subcommittee under the 18th AIPSC organizing committee. Mr. Milan Gayan, he will felicitate all the 4 speakers. Then Professor Shoubhanik Rai, you can start the program.
Very good morning and welcome in this pleasant winter morning to all the distinguished delegates in this 18th AIPSC and also the panel of eminent speakers who are with us today to discuss on this very important topic in any discussion on science, technology or self-reliance is development, the developmental perspective and developmental policy of any state, because science and technology actually doesn't happen in any vacuum. So it is influenced by the socio-economic scenario of the state, the different development activities, what is happening in different, in various developmental sectors, and also the policies which are being adopted and followed by the policymakers, the administration. So that's why this is an important component for any AIPSC to discuss about this in the particular state where it is happening. So I'm not going again with the panel of the speakers. I'll introduce them when I'll invite them. But just to one thing, we have to make sure that this session we have time up to 11:30. So I have to handle that difficult task for keeping the time and also giving equal space for all the speakers. So I'll request them to speak for 15 to 20 minutes, because we would like to have at the end, and the discussion will invite at the end after the 4 speakers present their the speeches. So before wasting any further time, let me just put the theme in the context or place the theme in the context of the state of West Bengal, which we probably all of us know that this is a very important one of the eastern states in India, and which has a very interesting feature that its population is almost close to 10 crore as far as I saw in the 2024 figure, and it was in 2011 it was close to 9.1 crore. And the other important salient
disconnected.
The other important aspect of this thing is that this is actually the second highest population density state in India, just after Bihar. So which has 2 implications, as we all understand, in the rural areas and also in the urban areas, highest population density, and which means that the per capita land holding is very small, both in urban and rural areas, and the development pressure on land is very significant. So this sets one of the creates one of the challenge for development, so which has to be very planned kind of approach is required. And just 2 more things I'll just highlight. So apart from this highest population density, the sectoral contribution to GDP for different sectors, as far as I got, is agriculture contributes to 19% of the share of the GDP in the state, industries as 23%, and service sector as 58%. And I'll not go into the details, but any kind of present situation is influenced by the socio-political milieu and the kind of socio-political changes in the state post-independence and also the post-liberalization. So actually the speakers will be highlighting this aspect. So if we look back just to the history, which has gone through three kind of political regimes. First, it was the post-independence from 1947 to 77. It was the Congress-led regime, which focused more on industrial development of specific areas like Durgapur, Salt Lake, and other cities. Then came the left front government, which focused more on the ailing rural situation in the state. So they focused more on the land reform and decentralization and these sectors. Then came the 1991, the liberalization situation, and then the government, the earlier government has embarked upon the new industrialization activities. And then now we are in, from 2011, the new government came, which has again a very different kind of approach, which is more on focus more on popular schemes and more on cash transfer and popular schemes. So just without further wasting any time, I would now invite the speakers to present their thoughts. So first, I would like to invite Professor Achin Chakraborty, who is Professor, Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata, who will be speaking on the economic scenario and economic perspective of the state. So Professor Chakraborty, please. So I'll request all the speakers to keep the time as 15 to 20 minutes for their presentation.
Very good morning to all of you, and thank you for coming here to join us here to discuss the development issues of West Bengal, the state of West Bengal. As the chairman has already pointed out, he has given us the background to these issues, and we'll briefly discuss, and my fellow panelists will also highlight some of the other issues which together probably will give you some understanding of the developmental issues of the state. I'm really privileged to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me here to speak on issues of West Bengal. I don't know if there are delegates from Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad. There are. And I lived in Kerala for 8 years, long back. That was also another research institute, pretty well known in Kerala context, Center for Development Studies in Trivandrum. So I had the privilege of looking at the development issues in Kerala closely. And that time, there's some reports, all the states, they produced around that time reports on human development reports for the state. And I was coordinating that human development report for Kerala. So my understanding of West Bengal will of course be influenced by some of the developmental issues in other states as well. Because unless, in India, when you talk about a particular state, then the obvious way to understand the state would be, particularly the development issues of a particular state, would be to compare that state with some other states, or the all India average, maybe. So I'll try that, comparing West Bengal's development over the past several decades. As the chairman has pointed out, that in the past, 60 years or so, little less than 60 years, we have seen some changes, some stability in political regime, some changes. Even before that, West Bengal had to go through several episodes of political kind. And obviously, these political episodes and political events influence the development of the state in a variety of ways. So, but I'm not that much interested in particular regimes as such. I'll talk about the long trajectory of the development experience of the state of West Bengal vis-a-vis other states. If we go back to the 1960s, for instance, in the 1960s, West Bengal was one of the most developed industrially states in India. West Bengal was talked about in the league of Maharashtra and Gujarat. So West Bengal, Maharashtra, Gujarat, at the end of 1960s, they're almost equally developed. Now, how do we know that? One indicator that tells us that how a particular state is industrially developed, it is the share of industrial, what is called industrial, or share of value added in a particular sector, like share of value added by industry to the gross state domestic product, GSDP. So the share of industry in gross state domestic product for West Bengal was pretty high that time, around 34-35%. And that has come down, obviously. And also, in terms of the total industrial output or industrial value added, West Bengal's share also was pretty high, close to 30%. So in other words, until 1960s, a state was fairly developed in terms of industries. Then other states also came up, and other states started developing over time. In the 70s, in the 80s, other states came up and moved ahead. So West Bengal's share in terms of industrial value added, it came down, gradually came down. So over the past 50 years, it's a gradual decline in West Bengal's share in total industrial value added in India. So in other words, just by simple arithmetic, one can understand that, which means that West Bengal's rate of growth of industrial production was not as much as all India average. That's for a pretty long time, actually, irrespective of regimes. But the decline actually started with some events. There are several events. One is that, because of the post-partition Bengal, we had all the jute industries, but the jute production actually went to the East Pakistan that time. So like that, so jute industry came down, and even the whatever industry we had, slowly, because of obsolescence, because of some other reason, the industry also was on decline. And moreover, which usually we don't look at separately, if you look at among the industries, the public sector's contribution and other organized sector's contribution, you'll find that in West Bengal, public sector's contribution to industrial output has declined faster than all India level. Now that's another very important issue, I would say, that, so in other words, a state's industrial development is not entirely due to state's efforts. Sometimes the central policies matter, and some policies matter more than other policies. So some of the policies which analysts have identified, that probably those policies have really worked against West Bengal for some periods. So I'll indicate some of these things as well. But before, I have started with industrialization, but before I get into agriculture industry separately, let me give you some overall understanding of West Bengal's per capita income, per capita GSDP or per capita income. Until, late 1970s, early 80s, West Bengal average income, that is per capita SDP, was slightly above India's. And then it became almost equal in the 80s. And then the relative decline, I'm talking about relative decline, then relative decline started. And even till today, the relative decline in terms of per capita SGP, it continues. So this relative decline for over almost like, 45 or 50 years or so, that's the fact in West Bengal. Now, relative decline doesn't mean that we are stagnating. We are also growing, but our growth rate is slightly lower than the growth rate in GDP of India. So when the growth rate of GDP in India is 6.5 and we are growing at 5.8 or 6, then obviously our relative share would come down over time. And that is exactly what has happened. So in 1970s, as I said, that it was almost equal, late 70s and early 80s, and now it is close to 75% of all India per capita GDP. In other words, if per capita GDP in India is 100, then our per capita GDP is 75. So you see that, so that's the kind of difference that we have now. So that's the first point to be noted, that it's not that West Bengal's economy is stagnating. I mean, there are all kinds of confusion in public discussions. In public discussions, we say that, okay, nothing is growing and this and that, and it started during the earlier regime because of labor militancy, and industries have all gone out, etc. Now, these kind of sweeping generalizations, of course, we don't endorse. So we have to go beyond these sweeping generalizations and look at the exact data and statistics. Of course, statistics may not be all that reliable all the time, but still the analysts, they know how to read statistics. So we know that how to, as researchers, we every day we do that. So we try to sort of check the reliability of different statistics. And so what I'm saying here in sum, basically it's drawing on that kind of exercise. The kind of exercise that many of the scholars, many of the economists, they have been doing it for long. So I'm basically drawing on those ideas from other scholars as well as our own research. So the first point to be noted, as I said, that it's a story of relative decline in per capita income for long, irrespective of the regimes. Irrespective of the regimes. So it's a long decline, the story of long. Second, if you look at agriculture and industry separately, what is happening to agriculture? Now, it's very remarkable because in development studies, development economics, we learn that as a country develops, then its share of agriculture comes down and share of industry goes up, and then eventually share of services actually goes up. But in India, the general feature is that it has bypassed that industrial development part. It grew up slowly, but all the growth actually happened in the services sector. And West Bengal is no different from other states on this. So in other words, this high growth of services sector during the past 3 decades or so, which is the feature of Indian economy, is also shared by West Bengal. In West Bengal now, the share of services is close to 58 to 60%. So in other words, the services actually add the maximum to our state domestic product. And other than that, West Bengal's, as I said, industrial value added is slightly less than all India average. It's not slightly, significantly less than that. But agriculture is pretty good. And particularly when you look at agriculture, you see certain very peculiar feature in West Bengal agriculture. I'll mention 2-3 features so that you can build up the story from here. In West Bengal, even in the past decade or so, look at 2011 to 2021, this period, this 10-year period. rate of growth in agriculture in West Bengal far exceeded all India average growth in agriculture. That's a puzzle. So we say that agriculture is almost stagnant, it's overcrowded because, you know, the quantum of land that a cultivator has, it's pretty small compared to all India average. So it's all small plots of land that the cultivators are cultivating, but the rate of growth is pretty high. Even in the recent decade, we have seen that agriculture rate of growth something like close to 3.8 to 4%, which is one of the highest. So there are puzzles of this kind, that why is it so? Now one explanation could be that this is where the paradox lies. West Bengal is producing enough in terms of output, but in terms of what we call value added per worker, value added per producer, that's pretty low in agriculture. For obvious reason, as I said, that each cultivator is cultivating a small plot of land. So value added per worker is low, even though we are producing a lot. In terms of growth rate, it's quite decent, it's quite good, but in terms of value added per worker, it is low. Now, what are the implications of this? The implication is that, obviously, value added per worker in agriculture, if it is too low compared to industry, then the natural course of development would be that people would be siphoned off from agriculture to industry. But since industrial growth is also sluggish, so we don't have enough opportunity to siphon off the workers from agriculture to industry. So a large number of people got stuck in agriculture, and they are producing whatever they could, and we are getting good output. We are getting good output, but that doesn't help to sort of support the farmer. That means per farmer income, per farming household income, if you look at National Sample Survey data, last couple of years ago, about 8 years ago or so, per farmer income, per farming household income is pretty low in West Bengal compared to other states. Now, this looks like a paradox. You are producing a lot of rice, you are producing a lot of other things in agriculture, but per farming household income is pretty low compared to other states. Now that's one of the paradoxes in West Bengal, and probably one way to think about it is that instead of focusing only on agriculture, it has to be focused in an integrated way. And that is exactly what we saw in the first decade of this century. In the first decade, during the earlier regime, eventually when we found that the initial land reforms, which the earlier regime actually very successfully accomplished, not so much land redistribution, but it is basically security of the rights of the tenants. So all the sharecroppers, the tenants, they got their rights established in the 80s, and there's a huge recording of the sharecroppers, and they got their rights established on the produce from the land, even though the sharecroppers or the tenants, they don't own the land. So it's owned by somebody else, but they had this control over the value of the output because they couldn't be evicted from land they have cultivated. Now that actually gave an impetus, huge boost to the output. So agricultural output actually grew at a pretty high rate in the 80s, 90s a bit lower, but again we see that some continuity of that thing is going on. So initial 80s growth we should be celebrating because of that, but in the recent past, the growth, should we be celebrating? Well, we should be celebrating because we are producing enough. But when it comes to farmers' income, then I think we have to think a lot about it, that how we can boost farmers' income. And no farming household actually, or most of the farming household, I shouldn't say no, most of the farming households actually, they can they actually have to do something else to supplement the little income that they get from cultivation. So cultivation is not enough for a farming household to give all the necessities of life. So they have to, rely on some other sources of income. So that's the reality in rural Bengal now. Industry, as many of you probably know, that towards the later part of the last regime, there's very serious attempt to bring big investment to the state. And the fallout of that, we know that there's huge political fallout of that, and the change of regime actually happened in 2011. So between 2006 and 2011, so a series of events happened, and the popular support, over time went, and finally, change of regime happened in 2011. But what exactly did the state try to do between 2006 and 11? The state really tried to bring in industries to the state, big investment. And you probably heard about the story of Tata and all. The point here is that even after that, after 2011, what are the consequences that we can see in the economy in terms of big investment? Now, when we say big investment, we have to be very specific and clear on that. What is big investment? Now, I would call big investment something that for which you need to submit a proposal to the Ministry of Industry in Delhi. It's called Industrial Memorandum, IOM. And anyone interested in looking at, industrial proposals for different states, you can go to that site, Ministry of Industry site, and see that how much of investors they have, yes sir, how much of these investors they have proposed to invest in this particular state. If you go by that, decade-wise or even, 5-year periods, if you look at that, again you will find that West Bengal is almost like averaging. It's not at the bottom as such. In terms of ranking, it would be 8 to 9 among all the states. So if you look at the industrial proposals which are submitted to Ministry of Industry, it's not a very drastic change that you can see in West Bengal. That adds to the puzzle again. Then in terms of actualization of those proposals, what about that? Well, there is a huge gap between proposal and actualization. But if you take into account that, again you will find that you don't see, again West Bengal is middling. That means, somewhere 9 to 10 position like that. So in other words, it's not that no big investment is coming to West Bengal. But the point is that why is it that the entire trajectory is so sticky? That means the decline started from 60s, and still the same decline happening irrespective of regime change and all. Second, you see that the industrial, in terms of industrial memorandum, again you find that some big investors, they are interested in West Bengal. Not huge number, but some. But if you look at the quantum of investment, that means the actual value of investment, on average, it's far lower compared to other states. In other words, in terms of crores of rupees that they are proposing to invest in West Bengal, in terms of number of proposals, you are 8 or 9. In terms of crores of rupees that they are going to invest, you are even lower than that. So in other words, really big investment is unlikely to come to West Bengal. That's the scenario. What is the state doing to attract investment? I would say that almost nothing, because attracting big investment requires some policies which probably the state is consciously avoiding. Why? Because they are unpopular. They may be unpopular. Politically, they are not very popular thing to do. SEZ, for instance, special economic zones. Special economic zones are not allowed in West Bengal, right? Now, what is the contribution of special economic zones? If you really think hard about it, not much, but still special economic zones actually give some kind of boost to other investors, a kind of signaling thing. So other investors also get the signal, no, they are very pro-industry because they are now allowing SEZ, so maybe we can do good business in West Bengal. So SEZ may not contribute much to total industrial value added, but allowing SEZ may give some kind of signal to other investors from other states. They might be interested to invest in West Bengal. So these are some of the issues which I don't have much time to discuss some of these things. And the last point that I end with my presentation, the last point is that, again, in public discussion, you see a lot of, I would say, misinformation that you can see. Even though growth-wise we are not doing well, but something has happened in the past decade. What is it? If you look at the National Sample Survey consumption expenditure data, 2011 to 2017-18, during this period, you'll find that rural West Bengal consumption growth is faster than all India average. Another puzzle. So how come that farming households, they don't earn enough from agriculture, but consumption expenditure in rural areas that has increased faster between 2011-12 and 2017-18 compared to all India average. So in other words, somehow the rural households, they are doing slightly better than what they should if they entirely depend on agriculture. Probably they are not depending entirely on agriculture, something else. So what is this something else? I would say that there is some role for the transfers that this government is making. So these transfers get reflected directly in the consumption expenditure of the households. The welfare transfers kind of thing directly get reflected in the consumption expenditure of the households, but not so much in terms of investment. Yes. So I think that I have given you enough food for thought. And so there are a lot of puzzles. It's not a kind of linear development as such. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
So thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for very elaborately speaking about the historically how the state performed in terms of agriculture and also the kind of paradoxes that the growth rate in agriculture is high, but the per capita output is low and the farmer's income is also low. And just to add to that paradox, probably he has mentioned about that rural consumption, the household consumption expenditure in last 2 or 3 years it was increasing, but just yesterday only a report came. I'll just give some figures which makes it quite clear that again it's very low with respect to national average. I don't know, this is also probably a puzzle. So I just quoted data that rural consumption expenditure per person per day is 120 compared to national average of 137 per capita per day. And urban, it is 192 compared to 233 in the national average. So this is again a paradox which probably will take up in the discussion session. So now I would request Professor Shivaji Chakraborty, who is Professor Electrical Engineering, Jadavpur University, and also former director of NIT Calicut, to present his views on the science and technology scenario of the state. Professor Chakraborty.
Good morning, Suprabhatam, Namaskar. You know, I go to many places, what I find very commonly is that we can get speakers. It's very difficult to get listeners. That means audience. And even if we have audience, then it is very difficult to get audience who is really listening. But anyway, when the organizers invited me, I accepted it because this is a forum where I thought I could say something on the science and technology aspect. I am an engineer by training, by profession, so I cannot talk big and I cannot talk on history, etc., etc. So I will be more like a bullet point that what needs to be done at this point of time. So forget about what has happened and etc. So I have thought about it. Now the role science and technology can play in the development of any state, forget about West Bengal, that's a big thing. Today, in 2025, in another 2 days, without science and technology, there is absolutely no development in any sector. Forget about, industry. Even in agriculture, today without science and technology, nobody can develop. So we can keep on talking how much science and technology can contribute. I have chosen only 4 aspects. 4 मुद्दों को बात करेंगे हम. पहले वाला है कि of course IT, but not just IT. It is also, I will touch upon IT enabled services, already talked about by previous speakers. दूसरा मुद्दा जो है वो हम बात करेंगे very importantly manufacturing. तीसरा मुद्दा है agriculture, and the 4th one I will talk healthcare, but healthcare technology, because I have another speaker, very eminent speaker, who will talk on the healthcare of West Bengal. So let me come to the first major theme of my talk, pehla mudda, that is IT and IT enabled services. Coming to that, what can we do? And in the perspective of our Paschim Bengal. So 1.1, the first sub-theme I have chosen is fostering IT hubs. कैसे कर सकते हैं? The first point that I want to mention is sector-wise development. What can I do? We have to enhance infrastructure. That's the first important thing. Now in that infrastructure, people will come to work, they will have family, they will have children. So we should have amenities, schools. Otherwise people will not stay, people will move to other places. And we should have all the other services that people need to stay. So that's the first one I say is the sector-wise development we have to do, which is not happening. Previous speaker talks about SEZ, Special Economic Zone. Yes, it is needed, as he said. So we have to establish new IT parks and special economic zones, but not anywhere. We have to find out strategic locations where this has to be put. We cannot put it just somewhere, some land is available and we put an SEZ. That doesn't work. So we have to understand these certain fundamental things. Third point I want to mention is our overall infrastructure of the state has to improve. And what do I mean by that? पहला जो है कि हमारा जो road connectivity है, and road connectivity does not mean only Calcutta Delhi, Calcutta Madras highway. It is the different parts of the rural Bengal. The road connectivity improved होना चाहिए, है improved होना चाहिए. Parking है सब जगह पे, क्योंकि जब आदमी आएंगे 100 आदमी किधर आएंगे, पार्किंग की जरूरत पड़ता है. सो पार्किंग जहाँ पे भी हम SEZ और IT पार्क बनाएंगे, wherever we will make it, do we have public transportation there? Because people who will walk there, they not necessarily all have cars, so they need public transport. है क्या? So these are the things we have to do. And skill development. See, there are many things we do. We buy equipments, but then after 2 years, when that equipment goes wrong, कोई नहीं है उसको repair करने के लिए. There is nobody who is trained in our institutions who Who can repair that? We have to call people from Bangalore. So skill development is necessary, and not necessarily at the highest level, but medium and lower level. Karna hai. We are not doing. And finally, if we have to do all that, we have to have industry academia collaboration. बिल्कुल ही नहीं है. हमारे यहाँ जो भी research होता है, I am also a researcher, done 40 years. We almost do whatever we read in some paper and do a research. How many times we go to a real life, find a problem and do the research? ये है ही नहीं कोई industry, academia, social relationship. Maybe in social science it is there, but science and technology it is not there. I have not seen in 40 years. Second जो है, जो बात करेंगे हम, startup के. You are hearing lot of about startups. Just now our previous speaker has said about that. So we need, particularly in West Bengal, we should not talk about all those big industries coming and doing something here. Why only depend on that? This is something I don't agree. जो हमें करना है, वो है कि we have to have more and more incubators here. कितने हैं हमारे यहाँ? How many universities and institutions have really running incubators? I know because I was in other states, how they work there. I just want to mention one thing, that these startups, they are recognized by Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Government of India. As of December 31, 2023, एक साल पहले हमारे वेस्ट बंगाल में 1170 स्टार्टअप था गवर्नमेंट लिस्ट में. महाराष्ट्र कितने थे? 64,974, 64,974. Bihar, how many startups on the recognized list? 9,057. We are 1,170. Why we are not promoting startups? This needs promotion. ऐसे नहीं होता है कि आप अपने आप हो जाएगा. What do we need for that? We need funding and grants. कहाँ से आएगा? Primarily government को support करना है. So we need government funding, government subsidies, including central and state, and of course tax incentives. Now this tax incentive also not only from the income tax central government, also from the state government. We need to network. मतलब क्या? मतलब है कि we need to connect these startups, because these are the new initiatives, with investors, with mentors, and also with customers. We are not doing. Therefore, we need to have mentorship programs. And who will do that? Here government has to play a role to organize mentorship program where the startup should, link with experienced entrepreneurs and also industry experts. And for all of this, doing that, we need to upgrade the startup policy of our state, simplifying regulations and procedures. This is what I firmly believe. तीसरा जो हम बोलना चाहते हैं कि we need to enhance our digital infrastructure in the state. अब ऐसे हम मोबाइल लेके कहाँ भी गए और इंटरनेट में लगा दिया, ये डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है. We have to clearly understand that this is not in digital infrastructure. Digital infrastructure means in all parts of our rural Bengal we should have fiber optic network, high-speed fiber optic network, and that will give very high-speed internet to all the institutions or whatever who are working at the remote locations. We should have data centers at various locations of the state, because now cloud computing is here to stay. Whether we like it or not, doesn't matter. Cloud computing is here to stay. And for that we need data centers. कहाँ है हमारे? नहीं है. But we need to do it. What I'm saying is in future. Cyber security. The moment we will say all these high-speed internet, all these data centers, all this cloud computing, immediate question will come that people will hack it. So we need cyber security. We need people for protecting this digital infrastructure, and we have to do it. finally, we all hear smart city initiative, smart city initiative. अरे क्या है वो? ये कोई आसमान से तो नहीं गिरता है. So what I suggest is very simple, that we have to have infrastructure with all sorts of Internet of Things implementation, with all sort of sensors, smart traffic management. बताइए आप कहाँ है? Smart traffic management आपको दिखाई दे रहा है? मेरे को तो नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है. I don't see it. And intelligent transportation. Now this is something coming up very, very quickly, because transportation today doesn't mean that I put the truck here, load it and then deliver it here. I make a full logistics chart where this becomes intelligent. जो दूसरा बड़ा मुद्दा मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, बिकॉज only services, whoever economists tell me, I don't agree that services will sustain the economy of a country like India. That can sustain in Thailand, not in India. Manufacturing has to be the backbone of Indian economy, and also West Bengal economy if we have to grow. So what we have to do, first point, that now if I talk about industry, we have to understand what is the latest trend. The industry trend today is not 4.0, it is industry 5.0. We have to understand, whoever is involved in it, that what does it mean. It is nothing, not that everything is against the people, because it is implementation of technology. And when technology comes, of course some old jobs gets replaced by new jobs. That's what we have to understand, that it is not that jobs that go away, it is that the job gets replaced by another type of job. So we have to implement smart manufacturing, because artificial intelligence, robotics, these will be tomorrow's manufacturing. Now if we don't do it today, the others will do, the others will go ahead, and our percentage will remain smaller. So we have to do it. We have to change our industrial infrastructure by implementation of different systems like enterprise resource planning, customer relationship management. We are not doing this part, customer relationship management, and finally supply chain management. Because I said I am a technologist, so I am talking in terms of science and technology. Manufacturing today is completely different. The entire approach is changing with additive manufacturing. Just to give you an idea, what is it? Very simple. See, earlier, how do I make a idol? We take a stone and then cut part of it, and I get an idol. So it is called not additive. It's just we are eliminating the part. Now it is additive. That means we put it layer by layer. First layer at bottom, second layer, and it's added to that product. So what happens is there is no wastage of material. Now that's completely new generation of manufacturing. We have to accept it, because others will do it. They are already doing. Western countries are already doing. We have to do it. And when we do all this, the question comes is industrial control systems. Because without that industrial controls, this doesn't work. So we again have to have very trained cybersecurity people, because otherwise there will be a lot of complications. And for all that, we need skill development. The next point that I want to mean is that MSMEs we talk all. Now how to boost MSME? Of course, people will talk about funding, subsidies, tax incentives. But very important that I mentioned earlier is also again mentorship and handholding. And even more than that, I believe that we have to facilitate these MSMEs to access the market. Because remember, producing is not enough if you cannot sell it. So market access. And of course, cluster development, because individually a MSME cannot sustain. So we have to make a cluster. Now, having said all that, I am not going into, I have certain other points. But regarding agriculture, I am not an expert, but are we doing precision farming? There is something very, aggressively now done in Punjab, Haryana. This is called precision farming with lot of technology. We are not doing, we need to do it. Are we doing a lot of agricultural biotechnology here? Because today, without agricultural biotechnology, it is impossible to go ahead. You know, whatever we talk about in the production, produce and all that. Because I am not a believer of statistics, because statistics can produce the same data in 10 different ways. And the very important point I want to make is that what we call farm to table logistics. जहाँ पे हुआ farm और table जहाँ हम खाते हैं, कैसे आएंगे this logistics? Here now technology plays very big role. इसमें पहला आता है supply chain management, and now the next issue is coming cold chain management. That means there are a lot of products which has to be transported in lower temperature. So do we have that infrastructure? And it is not just cold storage, it's a cold chain transportation so that things doesn't become bad. So coming to that, just simple, if I say all of that is not enough, there are certain challenges. Infrastructure challenge, as I said, limited infrastructure we have, limited funding we have, our connectivity is not good, and limited access to advanced technology. Human resource challenge is there. Now we like it or not, brain drain is there. Talent is migrating from my state to the other state. It is happening in my university and everywhere we see that. Very limited manpower in the skilled area. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier. There are policy and governance challenges. I'm not going into that because of regulatory complexities and other. Financial challenges. See, there are a lot of other states where we are seeing venture capitals, we are seeing angel funding. How much of venture capital and angel funding is coming to our state? Now that's what we have to discuss and implement. Because we are still depending on government funding. That's the real stuck point here. And of course the societal challenges, because there is a mindset that when the new technology comes, as if it is harming the society. This is typical mindset, ये job चला जाएगा, उसका नौकरी चला जाएगा, वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. But technology will come. Who can stop technology? Society में अभी तक हुआ है क्या कि technology को कोई रोक सका? So societal challenges. But there are opportunities because the human resources here are very good, so they can pick up emerging technologies. We can really build startup ecosystem. Yes, we have the ability. Skill development we can do. Industry academia collaboration we can do. And of course, we can do research and development. But last point I want to make is that, again I highlight that only government funding is not going to help this development. We need private sector participation. It has to be there. Whether we like it or not, it has to be there. So we have to collaborate with private companies to develop this infrastructure, industrial park development, precision farming, agricultural biotechnology. We need private sector participation. We need industry-led initiatives where the skill development, startup promotion, MSME development, farm-to-table logistics, we need industry-led initiatives, not just government initiatives. And of course, we should leverage the corporate social responsibility aspect of the industry. ये तो हमें ये advantage लेना है. And for that, we need to have plans. We need to have this developing modern infrastructure of science, technology, and innovation. We need to have a comprehensive short-term plan for 2 years. We need to have a medium-term plan for 2 to 5 years, and a long-term plan for 5 to 10 years. That we must have today. Otherwise, it's not going to help. And finally, we have to identify key infrastructure components, key stakeholders, government initiatives, private sector participation, and very importantly, budget allocation and monitoring of the performance indicators. We have to do today. We have to monitor the performance. It's not that I just do whatever I like. There has to be monitoring of performance indicators. With that, I am pretty sure that West Bengal will go forward tomorrow. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Professor Chakraborty for a very for a presentation with a very comprehensive approach, and he touched on 4 sectors of thrust, which probably no state can ignore, because IT and ITS, which will probably require more city development, because these are the engines of growth. Manufacturing, without manufacturing, the mass employment cannot really happen. Third is agriculture. Agriculture cannot happen in the similar way as it was happening prior to the previous years. And also the healthcare development. And what he has highlighted, which I just like to add, that there is a need for planning, which is very, very important. And in this context, I'd like to highlight one document which in 1996, Government of West Bengal, WBIDC, has invited a consultancy firm, Partho Ghosh and Associate, who has worked on a industrial rejuvenation and economic vision of the state, which I think if you can get access, it's a very interesting document and a very comprehensive document, which focused on local resource and local skill-based industrialization, in which there is a place for Calcutta and big cities, where obviously there will be migration, clustering, and all these things happen, where focus will be on IT, ITS, and all. But in other regions of the state where there is North Bengal, the focus is more on the agro products, tea, orange. South Bengal, there are silk and jute industries which are languishing now, so the focus is on fiber-based industries. Similarly, mineral-based industries on the western part of Bengal, which has a long tradition, and the marine products in the south of Bengal. So they have divided the state of West Bengal in 6 categories, and a very comprehensive document which probably didn't really followed up later on. And I think that is what is very important if we like to embark on a path of industrial development, because that cannot happen without infrastructure and the capacity development or the funding and all other requirements. So now after this initial 2 discussion, now I would like to move up to the human development. It is not that economic development and human development are different, are 2 different things. They are actually one complementing the other. So finally our emphasis or the focus of any people science movement activists is finally how it is actually helping to build the human capital. And in West Bengal, if I'm not wrong, that West Bengal is a medium human development index state, which is probably 0.63 or 0.64. That is the kind of human development indicator we have now. So so now to open up the discussion on this human development aspect, I'd like to request Mr. Kumar Rana, who is a very well-known scholar on development and social science, and also a social activist in the field of education and health. So I'd like to request Mr. Rana to place his views.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to talk here. There is a problem of language, I was told, and I know. And for these kind of conferences with delegates from across the country, language is really a problem. So I was told if I could speak in Hindi. I'm not very comfortable with that. But first I apologize to people from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, those who are not quite acquainted with Hindi. So, but they can find some solace that my speaking Hindi is as difficult as they are understanding Hindi, because I am not a Hindi speaker. My mother tongue, and also I can generate some sympathy that none of these languages are my mother tongue. So I am speaking, be it in Hindi or English or Bengali, they are not my mother tongue. My mother tongue is different. So I am reduced to speaking in a tongue which is not my own. So that's why from that point, I believe the non-Hindi speakers will forgive me and accept my apology with sympathy. Thank you very much. Maybe at the end of my talk, I can summarize a bit in English for I said. I don't know how much I can do. Now, पहला ये है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में अब ये ऑल इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो इसमें अचानक पश्चिम बंगाल का शिक्षा, यहाँ का तालीम, इसको लेकर के हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं। क्यों? फ़ायदा क्या है? ये है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में जो हो रहा है वो दूसरों राज्य से सभी राज्य का अलग अलग जो है फीचर्स होते हैं, अलग अलग प्रकृति होते हैं, लेकिन हमारे हिंदुस्तान में जो तालीम का जो सिस्टम है, जो व्यवस्था है, शिक्षा की जो व्यवस्था है, तो उसमें एक सबका एक के साथ दूसरों का कुछ ताल्लुकात रहता है। तो इसलिए बंगाल में आज जो हो रहा है, इसका कुछ लेसन्स, कुछ पाठ वो दूसरे राज्यों के लिए भी ये मुझे लगता है कि उनके साथ भी इसका ताल्लुकात है। तो क्या कहें इसको कि यहाँ बोला गया है कि एडुकेशन के ऊपर बोलना, मैं फिर माफ़ी मांगता हूँ कि हायर एडुकेशन से मैं महरूम हूँ, तो मैं उस पर मेरी जितनी भी काम है वो प्राइमरी एडुकेशन और एलिमेंटरी एडुकेशन कह सकते हैं कि स्कूल एडुकेशन के ऊपर, तो मेरा फोकस ज़्यादातर रहेगा स्कूल एडुकेशन के ऊपर। लेकिन स्कूल एडुकेशन से जो बात करेंगे उसमें शायद कुछ रिश्ता जुड़ सकता है हायर एडुकेशन के साथ। मैं आता हूँ जो मैं कह रहा था कि दूसरे राज्यों का साथ रिश्ता क्या है, ऑल इंडिया प्लेन में इसका क्या संबंध है, वो हम देख सकते हैं एक अच्छी खबर के साथ। एक अच्छी खबर यह है कि पिछले 2-3 दशक में भारत में स्कूल एजुकेशन, खास करके प्राइमरी एजुकेशन में एनरोलमेंट 100% हो चुका है। कोई बच्चा बाहर, स्कूल के बाहर नहीं रहते हैं, सभी बच्चे अभी स्कूल में दर्ज हैं। ये जैसे हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए भी सच है, हमारे यहाँ भी सच है, इवन बिहार, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी ये मात्रा बहुत बढ़ गया है। मेरे ख्याल से स्कूल एजुकेशन, प्राइमरी स्कूल एनरोलमेंट वो 100% हो गया है। तो इसी तरह का जो ये अच्छी खबर है, लेकिन इसी के साथ साथ बुरे खबर बहुत हैं। तो बुरे खबर में भी बंगाल का जो है दूसरे राज्यों के साथ बहुत सारे ताल्लुकात हैं। आप लोग यहाँ, जैसे कि मैं शुरू करने वाला हूँ साइंस से, आप लोग यहाँ जैसे साइंस का डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, साइंस को कैसे पढ़ाया जाए, इसका कैसे प्रसार किया जाए, कैसे लोगों तक पहुँचाया जाए। तो इसमें अगर बंगाल में जो हमारे जो तालीमी जो यहाँ सिस्टम है, उसमें जितने कमजोरी हैं, तो उसमें एक सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी में से एक है कि यहाँ साइंस पढ़ाया नहीं जाता है। 2012 साल का आंकड़ा मैं बोल रहा हूँ, अभी तो आंकड़ा मिलना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है। तो अभी क्या हो रहा है इसका आंकड़ा मिलना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है। जितने बच्चे हैं, स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के वेबसाइट में जाइएगा तो 2008 2009 के आंकड़े आपको मिलेंगे। अच्छा, दूसरा है आप डिपार्टमेंट में जाइए तो बोलेंगे कि मंत्री जी का सिग्नेचर चाहिए। भाई पब्लिक एजुकेशन है, पब्लिक एजुकेशन के ऊपर आंकड़ा के लिए मंत्री जी के सिग्नेचर, मंत्री जी के अप्रूवल क्यों चाहिए, नहीं पता। तो खैर ये जो है ये एक साइंस एजुकेशन, मैं स्पेशली ये चूँकि साइंस कांग्रेस है इसीलिए साइंस एजुकेशन के ऊपर मैं शुरू कर रहा हूँ कि 2012 में पश्चिम बंगाल में जो हाई स्कूल हायर सेकेंडरी बच्चे पढ़ते थे उसमें केवल 13% बच्चे साइंस पढ़ते थे। इसके बनिस्बत केरला में देखें तो ये आंकड़ा था 48%, करीब करीब आधे बच्चे जितने मैंने केरला में जितने बच्चे हायर सेकेंडरी लेवल में पढ़ते हैं तो उसके 48% साइंस पढ़ते हैं और हमारे यहाँ वो है 13%। तो जिस राज्य में 13% बच्चे साइंस पढ़ते हैं, इसमें चक्रवर्ती साहब जो बोले टेक्नोलॉजी का विस्तार वगैरह, मैं 100% उनके साथ सहमत हूँ, लेकिन कैसे करें, कौन करेगा, ये एक सवाल है। दूसरा जो सवाल है साइंस का ये जो पिछड़ापन जो हम नहीं मैच कर पाते हैं, क्यों नहीं मैच कर पाते हैं, तो इसका है कि सदियों से जो चला आ रहा है एक दूरी गांव और शहर का, ये पश्चिम बंगाल का एक बड़ा जो है डिस्टिंक्टिवनेस अगर कहते हैं तो पश्चिम बंगाल में गांव और शहर का दूरी, ये हम लोग कितनों लैंड रिफॉर्म कर दें, कितनों पंचायत कर दें, ये गांव और शहर के दूरी को कम करने में हम कामयाब नहीं रहे। ये दूसरों राज्य के बनिस्बत हमारे यहाँ ये दूरी, और इस दूरी में जो वास्तविक दूरी है उससे ज़्यादा मानसिक दूरी और ज़्यादा है। इस मानसिक दूरी के एक कारण है कि यहाँ का जाति व्यवस्था। आमतौर पर शहर में जो लोग रहते हैं, जो रूल करते हैं, जो सियासत में हैं, वह आमतौर पर ऊंची जात से आते हैं। माफ कीजिएगा, हिंदुस्तान में कहीं ऐसे नहीं मिलेगा कि एक सेमिनार में दो चक्रवर्ती बैठे हुए, नहीं मिलेगा। ये बंगाल का, मैं अजीम जी मेरे दोस्त हैं, बहुत अच्छे करीबी दोस्त हैं, एक साथ आए हैं हम लोग। ये साहब जो है पंडित आदमी है, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि ये इनका दोष है, लेकिन जो सिस्टम हमारे यहाँ बन गया है उस सिस्टम में आपको चक्रवर्ती ही नजर आएंगे, चटर्जी नजर आएंगे, लेकिन गांव के जो रिप्रेजेंटेशन, सोसाइटी के, समाज के जो रिप्रेजेंटेशन, वो आपको नहीं मिलेगा। इसका कारण, इसके चलते इसका एक 2 वे इफेक्ट है। एक यह, आप लिटरेसी रेट देख लीजिए, आदिवासी का लिटरेसी, अब तो अमित बाबू के कृपा में हम लोग तो जान भी नहीं पा रहे हैं कि क्या है हमारे लिटरेसी रेट। तो अमित बाबू तो बंद कर दिए, हम लोगों का लोक गणना ही बंद हो गया है, जान ही नहीं पा रहे हैं कि क्या हो रहा है। तो लेकिन जो पुरानी जो है 2011 तक जो हमारे पास आंकड़ा है, आदिवासी का लिटरेसी रेट 50 से थोड़ा ऊपर है ना, जो कि अपर कास्ट का जो है, अपर कास्ट का हमारे यहाँ चूँकि गणना में नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन एवरेज से आपको मिलेगा। तो अपर कास्ट का करीब करीब ये, इससे अगर थोड़ा सा जोड़ घटाव करके निकाले तो अपर कास्ट का लिटरेसी रेट करीब करीब आपको 100 है ना। तो यह जो है ये ऐतिहासिक रूप से चला आ रहा ये एक सिंड्रोम है। तो इसको दूर करने में जब 1977 में लेफ्ट गवर्नमेंट पावर में आई तो उनका इलेक्टोरल जो मैनिफेस्टो था वो मैनिफेस्टो में एक कमिटमेंट, एक प्रतिबद्धता उन्होंने घोषित की थी कि हम प्राइमरी एजुकेशन को यूनिवर्सलाइज कर देंगे। ये 1977 का जो इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो है, उस मैनिफेस्टो में अब भी कोई भी वो इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो मिलता है, कोई भी देख सकते हैं कि हम प्राइमरी एजुकेशन को यूनिवर्सलाइज करेंगे। वह अगर हो पाता, उस प्रतिबद्धता, अफसोस कि उसके ऊपर जो जितना काम करना चाहिए था उतना काम नहीं हुआ है, वह अगर हो पाता, 2001 साल के हिसाब से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि पश्चिम बंगाल में जितना इलिटरेट पैदा हुए हैं, मतलब 77 से 2001 के बीच वो 30% जो टोटल इलिटरेट हैं पश्चिम बंगाल के 2001 साल में, उसका 30% पैदा हुए हैं वाम फ्रंट सरकार के जमाने में। सो इसको मानना पड़ेगा कि हम लोग जो एम्फेसिस उसमें देना चाहिए था हम लोग नहीं दे पाए, और उसका जो है उसका वो कंटिन्यूड होते गया, वो कंटिन्यूड होते गया। लेकिन साथ साथ यह है, मैं यह भी कहना चाहूँगा कि एटलीस्ट ईमानदारी से लेफ्ट गवर्नमेंट को मान लिया कि हम नहीं कर पाए हैं, क्योंकि एक ये है कि 1998 में इसी वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट ने शिशु शिक्षा मिशन करके एक मिशन तैयार किया, मान लिया कि हम लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए हैं, आदिवासी दलित मुसलमान के पास हम लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए हैं, वो डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा हुआ है, पंचायत डिपार्टमेंट के डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा हुआ है, नहीं पहुंच पाए हैं, इसीलिए हम लोग ये मतलब एक दूसरे टाइप का स्कूल, लेकिन एक स्कूल लेकर के जा रहे हैं। उनका ये डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा हुआ है, हम लोगों को जितना पश्चिम बंगाल में एक जमाने में 2004-5 का हिसाब आंकड़ा मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि हम लोग यहाँ का जो पीपल टीचर रेशियो था वो कंपेरेबल था उत्तर प्रदेश और झारखंड के साथ, उत्तर प्रदेश झारखंड बिहार के साथ 56:1। हम टीचर नहीं दे पा रहे थे स्कूल्स में, सिंगल टीचर स्कूल्स करीब 10% स्कूल थे सिंगल टीचर, एक मास्टर महाशय चलाते थे। तो यहाँ से स्थिति कुछ तो बदला, राइट टू एजुकेशन आने के बाद थोड़ा सा एक्सेस बढ़ गया, लेकिन एक्सेस जो एनरोलमेंट के लिए जो एक्सेस बढ़ा है, साइंस पढ़ने के लिए वो एक्सेस नहीं बढ़ा है। दूसरा क्या है, तो लड़कियां जो स्कूल नहीं जा पाती थी, कभी करीब सभी लड़कियां स्कूल जाती हैं। ये एक देखने के लिए कोई भी आदमी देख सकते हैं, गांव में जाइएगा 10 बजे लड़कियां जो है साइकिल से स्कूल जा रही हैं। लेकिन जो कोर प्रॉब्लम है, क्या सीख रहे हैं, क्या पढ़ाई हो रहा है, इसमें एक तो जैसे मैं बोला कि साइंस बिल्कुल नहीं पढ़ाया जाता है, नहीं मौका नहीं मिलता है पढ़ने का। उसी तरह जो स्कूल जाते हैं उनको एक हमारे यहाँ एक अंधविश्वास जैसा पैदा हो गया है कि जिसको प्राइवेट ट्यूशन नहीं मिलेगा उसका पढ़ाई नहीं होगा। ये अंधविश्वास जैसा है। अब ऐसा हो गया है कि किसी भी स्कूल में अच्छा अगर पढ़ाई हो भी रहा हो, शायद ही होता है, लेकिन कुछ स्कूल में अगर एक आध में हो भी गया तो माँ बाप बोलेंगे नहीं और थोड़ा सा मतलब मसाला कम डाला गया है और थोड़ा सा मसाला डाल दीजिए तो और अच्छा होगा और टेस्ट बढ़ेगा। सो यह स्थिति जो है पश्चिम बंगाल का, मैं कहूँगा कि स्कूल्स में एक सबसे बड़ा इविल इसको कहते हैं, अशुभ अगर है तो यह है प्राइवेट ट्यूशन। क्योंकि प्राइवेट ट्यूशन आप नहीं दे पाते हैं। साइंस क्यों नहीं पढ़ पाते हैं? एक तो है कि स्कूल्स कम है, दूसरा क्या है कि बिना प्राइवेट ट्यूशन के अब साइंस पढ़ना मुनासिब नहीं है। कोई भी मतलब बच्चा वो नहीं कह सकता कि मैं बिना प्राइवेट ट्यूशन के ही साइंस पढ़ लूँगा, नहीं, सिस्टम ही ऐसा बन गया है। तो और ये जो 2011 के बाद जो यहाँ जो सिस्टम आया है वो लोगों को बहुत उम्मीद लेकर के कुछ लोग आए थे कि नहीं बहुत सारे ये गवर्नमेंट जो है ये बहुत चेंजेस ले आएंगे, बहुत सारे बदलाव आएगा, हम लोग देख सकते हैं, लेकिन इसका जो है वो थोड़ा शुरू में कुछ संकेत भी दिया गया, एक कमेटी बनी, वो सिलेबस करिकुलम इसको लेकर के, लेकिन खुद उसके कमेटी के चेयरमैन साहब इतना डिसअपॉइंटेड हो गए सुरेंद्र सन्याल साहब कि बोले कि कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, क्योंकि जो प्रॉब्लम्स जो था, जैसे कि वर्ग के आधार पर लोगों में जो बंटवारा की ऊंच नीच, वित्तीय श्रेणी के वर्ग के आधार पर जो बंटवारा, जाति के आधार पर जो बंटवारा, गांव शहर के आधार पर जो बंटवारा, वो तो सिर्फ कंटिन्यूड हुआ ऐसा नहीं है, बढ़ता गया और बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ता गया। ऐसा बढ़ता गया कि कुछ कुछ इलाके में आपको टीचर मिलेंगे ही नहीं, क्योंकि वो अब ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी ऐसा बना दिया गया कि लोग जो चाहे वो, और जिनके पास रिसोर्स हो वो अपना ट्रांसफ़र लेकर के शहरी इलाके में आ सकते हैं। पढ़ाई का ये है एक। दूसरा जो है, जो तनी मनी डेमोक्रेसी जो थी स्कूल्स चलाने में या डिपार्टमेंट चलाने में, वो पूरा ख़त्म कर दिया गया। कोई डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है। कोई भी डिसाइड करेंगे, मतलब कार्ल मार्क्स इसी का खिलाफ किए थे, बोले कि उनका कहना ही था कि स्टेट एजुकेशन करके कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। एजुकेशन स्टेट प्रोवाइड करे, एजुकेशन तो लोग करेंगे। स्टेट अगर स्टेट एजुकेटर बन जाए तो इसमें हमारे अभी का जो प्रेजेंट रिजीम है इसके साथ, और यूनियन गवर्नमेंट में जो रिजीम है उसमें एजुकेशन के मामले में सोच में कोई फर्क नहीं है कि हम पढ़ाएंगे, जो पढ़ाना है हम पढ़ाएंगे, लोगों का इसमें कुछ कहना नहीं है, बच्चों का कोई हक नहीं है, टीचर्स का कोई बोलने का हक नहीं है। यह एक जो है, मैं कहूँगा कि बहुत बड़ा एक खतरा है। और इसीलिए मैं कह रहा था कि भारत में दूसरे राज्य में जो हो रहा है, तो कुछ राज्य को छोड़ करके दूसरे राज्य में जो हो रहा है और बंगाल में जो हो रहा है, एक सीख हम लोगों को लेना चाहिए कि स्टेट एजुकेटर बनने में जो स्टेट खुद सिखाने का जो होड़ में लगा हुआ है, उसको हम लोगों को उसका विरोध करना चाहिए। ये इट्स ए वेरी वेरी डेंजरस ट्रेंड। तो जैसे कि अभी नो डिटेंशन को लेकर के अभी हाल में जो डिस्कशन हो रहा है, आप देख सकते हैं कि आप चाहे तो नो डिटेंशन हटा दीजिए। भाई बहुत लड़ करके यहाँ के लोग, यहाँ भी मेरे दोस्तों यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ, लड़े हैं कि नहीं नो डिटेंशन पॉलिसी, इसको हटाना चाहिए। तो उसको बहुत लड़ाई करके जिसको हटा दिए, तो उसको फिर से ले आने का जो कोशिश जो यूनियन गवर्नमेंट और डिफरेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स कर रहे हैं, इसको भी एक मेरे ख्याल से यह एक लेसन है, ये हम लोग को लेना चाहिए। तो मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा। सो for the audiences of the South, I can summarize in 2-3 lines what I have said. So 2-3 lines, that is what I am doing. Yeah. So for 2-3 lines, that's what I'm saying, that what is happening in the education sector in West Bengal is not very different from many other states in India. It's very much class driven, it's very much caste divisive, it's very much divided by people's residences, urban, rural, etc. And these have its implication in building our, in allowing people to flourish, allowing our population to flourish, and these are hindering the development of science or flourishing of science, because without having elementary level of education, we cannot think of scientific construction and
Thank you, Mr. Rana, for highlighting very important social issues related to the elementary education, because that is the backbone of any development. Because unless there is a high literacy and inclusivity, inclusion of all social components, particularly the backward and minority communities. So he has very well elaborated on these issues, and he highlighted the total lack of emphasis, particularly in this state, in last 10 years or 12 years, what we have seen, which is it's not a very happy situation. We see a very good physical infrastructure, both in health and education, good buildings and all, but complete lack of manpower. Not only the teaching manpower, the assistance manpower, and that is significantly affecting all kinds of education, particularly the science education. Because just one example I like to give for this, that in a Sundarban Sundarban, this is in Kumirmari High School, we have done a survey, there are 1,200 students, and there are 7 teachers, and there is no science teacher. So that's the kind of situation, and he has rightly highlighted that, and there are many articles he has published, and our local vernacular media, these are getting published. So this is a real concern as a people science activist, this very, very critical situation, and thank you, Mr. Rana, for highlighting this and also speaking in Hindi so that it could reach to larger audience. So now I would move to our final speaker, Dr. Samudra Sengupta, who is a doctor and CMOH North 24 Pargana. He will be speaking on the public health issues and policies. Dr. Sengupta.
পিপিটি চালাচ্ছিলেন একটু লাগান। At the very beginning, I want to thank the organizers as well as all the dignitaries on the dais, and in front of me the grassroots level activists in science and technology. What I want to speak at the very outset, let me be clear of one thing. I am not a scholar, I am not a faculty, I have got no relation, I mean very little relation with academia, but as the Lipsky said, you may call me a street level bureaucrat. Street level bureaucrat is such a person who can deliver public service to the public, as well as at least some discretionary level power within him or her. So let us talk about the experience in West Bengal Health Services, the strategic planning. These things took place in the last 3 years of the last regime, the reform regime, and the first years of the present regime. So that is the context. Next slide. So if we talk about the policy, health policy environment, let us first discuss in which environment we are speaking. We are not speaking in a vacuum. That we have to keep in mind. That from the very beginning, that what we have seen, that all the policy level discussion, all the policy level advocacy which we are getting through different kinds of journals, बुक से हमको जो मिलते हैं, वो लिटरेचर हमको जो मिलते हैं, इंटरनेट में जो मिलते हैं, वो सब क्या है, वो हाई इनकम कंट्रीज के लिए होता है। तो उसमें से ज़्यादातर हमारा जो देश है उसमें वो एप्लीकेबल भी नहीं होता है। लेकिन हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम लोग कॉपी करने में माहिर होते हैं। हमारा जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है वो वर्ल्ड में सबसे बेस्ट, सबसे बढ़िया माना जाता है, क्योंकि वो उसमें वो हर किस्म का जो अच्छा था डिफरेंट कंट्री का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में उसको ले गया था, लेकिन वो काम नहीं कर रहा है ठीक से। तो इसलिए तो हमको जो देखना पड़ेगा, और एक चीज़ भी ध्यान में रखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि ये जो सोशल सेक्टर इट इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द अदर सोशल सेक्टर्स बिकॉज ऑफ सम स्पेसिफिक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ हेल्थ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ये स्टेट जो राष्ट्र होता है, वो राष्ट्र को जो भूमिका होता है यहाँ पर जो है ये डायनामिक होता है. देखिए, क्योंकि राष्ट्र आपको सर्विस देता है और सर्विस खरीदता भी है आपके लिए, तो क्योंकि ये और उसके सिवा ये रेगुलेशन, रिसर्च और ट्रेनिंग इसमें भी लगे हुए हैं. तो राष्ट्रों का जो रोल होता है हेल्थ में ये थोड़ा अलग है अदर सोशल सेक्टर से. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सर्विस में जो है ये देखिए हमारा देश में आपको सबको पता है, क्योंकि हमारा बहुत कंपटीशन होता है प्राइवेट सेक्टर से. तो पब्लिक सेक्टर से प्राइवेट सेक्टर से कंपटीशन भी होता है. और एक देखिए, जो आपको जो रेगुलेटरी पावर स्टेट के हाथ में होता है ना, वो अगर सही से इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो जहाँ तक 90% जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है कल बंद हो जाएगा. ये हमको आप इनसाइडर का बात बताते हैं. तो उसके बाद क्या है, और हेल्थ सेक्टर का जो परचेसिंग जो है और रेगुलेटरी फंक्शन वो क्या है, उसमें एसेंशियल जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है उसका बहुत लैगिंग होता है. आपको अगर आप कोई प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जाइए, आपको डॉक्टर ने बोलागा तो आपको एंजियोप्लास्टी करना पड़ेगा. ये बहुत क्या है, इसमें बहुत खर्चा होता है आपको. लेकिन आप अगर पूछे तो मेरे को क्यों ये करना पड़ता है, तो क्यों ये करना पड़ेगा, तो आपको जो आंसर मिलेगा वो उसमें इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री होगा. क्योंकि डॉक्टर बोलेगा हम सोचते हैं आपको आपके भले के बारे में लिए, तो आपके मन में दुविधा होता है ये हमारा भले के लिए कर रहा है कि आपके भले के लिए कर रहा है, ये कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के भले के लिए कर रहा है. इसमें इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री होता है. और हेल्थ इशू इज ऑफन हाई प्रोफाइल एंड डिमांड पब्लिक रिस्पॉन्स. इसका क्लासिकल एग्जाम्पल हम लोग देख चुके हैं कोविड के पीरियड में. कोविड के पीरियड में हम लोग का जो हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसका जो शॉर्टनेस है, उसका जो खामी होता है, वो हमारा सबके सामने वो एकदम नेकेड हो गया था. ये हम लोग कहाँ पर है अभी, कितना दूर तक हम लोग को जाना पड़ता है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. The other component is that health interest is being perpetrated by प्रोफेशनल फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनीज एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा. कोविड के वैक्सीन के बारे में ज़्यादातर लोगों में एक वैक्सीन हेजिटेंसी आ गया था. ये कोविड का वैक्सीन अच्छा है, बुरा है, ये मुनाफा के लिए है, ये हमारे भले के लिए है. दैट इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्रीज एंड देयर अनएथिकल प्रैक्टिसेस. सो हम लोग को क्या है, ये हेल्थ पॉलिसी एनवायरनमेंट थोड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है, इसको समझने के लिए थोड़ा टाइम लगता है. नेक्स्ट. तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं, जब हम लोग हेल्थ पॉलिसी का जो चेंज होता है, शिफ्ट होता है, उसका 4 स्टेज होता है. एक है पहले एजेंडा सेटिंग. आई विल गिव यू एग्जांपल ऑफ एजेंडा सेटिंग. उसके बाद ये जो प्रॉब्लम का जो सॉल्यूशन उसको फॉर्मुलेट करना पड़ता है, उसके बाद उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ता है, और इम्प्लीमेंट के बाद उसको इवेल्युएट भी करना पड़ता है कैसे चल रहा है. एक दफ़े आप लगा दिया और वो चल रहा है, ऐसे नहीं होता. नेक्स्ट. तो ये क्या है, तो इसको करने के लिए हम लोग को एक मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप फॉर्मेशन करना पड़ेगा. किया था हम लोगों ने. मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी का मतलब है एक माइंडसेट होता है जो ब्यूरोक्रेट है और आम आदमी के बीच में भी, कि हेल्थ इज कैन ओनली बी टैकल्ड बाय हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल, विच इज एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग. देयर मस्ट बी सम सोशल साइंटिस्ट, देयर मस्ट बी educationists, there must be economists, all the things, statistician, all expert from all those fields can contribute a lot towards this multidisciplinary group. This is called punctured equilibrium theory. Why it is punctured equilibrium? क्योंकि हम लोग को तो ज़्यादातर लगता है कि जो चल रहा है उसको चलने दो. ये हम लोग का मन में एक भावना होता है, पर्टिकुलरली एशियंस में ज़्यादा होता है कि जो बह रहा है उसको बहने दो, थोड़ा इंक्रीमेंटल चेंज होगा तो ठीक है, लेकिन इसको ज़्यादातर बड़ा कोई चेंज लाने के लिए बहुत कुछ करना पड़ेगा, ये वो करना पड़ेगा, वो ठीक नहीं रहेगा. सो ये जो इक्विलिब्रियम है इसको क्या है, इसको पंक्चर करना पड़ता है, नहीं तो आपको कोई रिफॉर्म एजेंडा आप नहीं सक्सेसफुल हो पाएंगे. तो उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उसके बाद उन लोगों ने बैठा, वो डेस्कटॉप, दे डू सम डेस्कटॉप एक्सरसाइज रिव्यूइंग बाय सेकेंडरी डेटा, some different documents from different countries and different states and best practice model. This best practice model के बारे में हम लोग आपको बताएंगे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर हम लोग जो एग्जाम्पल देंगे वो आप लोग जब आपका स्टेट के वापस जाएंगे वो आप इसको बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस मॉडल के लाइक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस मॉडल आप इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उसके बाद फील्ड विजिट हो गया। उसके बाद ये जो टीम है, ये टीम ज़्यादातर हॉस्पिटल में विजिट किया, प्राइमरी टायर, सेकेंडरी टायर, टर्शियरी टायर। they do space audit, they do interview with service provider, जो डॉक्टर्स है, नर्सेस है, पैरामेडिक्स है, उसके साथ बातचीत किया। और जो सर्विस रिसिपिएंट मतलब जो पेशेंट है, पेशेंट का जो पार्टी है, उसके घर का जो आदमी लोग वहाँ पर रहते हैं उसके साथ बातचीत किया। क्यों बातचीत किया? क्योंकि ये जो थ्योरी होता है टॉप डाउन और बॉटम अप, ज़्यादातर लोगों में ये धारणा होता है कि ये जो सॉल्यूशन है ये बड़े बड़े लोगों के पास होता है, हम लोग के पास सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट होता है। वी कैन ओनली स्टेट आवर प्रॉब्लम, वी कैन नॉट गिव सॉल्यूशन। ये ठीक नहीं है, ये साइंटिफिक नहीं है, क्योंकि देखा गया है ये जो सॉल्यूशन है, एवरी प्रॉब्लम हैज़ गॉट इज ओन सॉल्यूशन एंड एवरी सॉल्यूशन हैज़ इज ओन प्रॉब्लम, ऐसा करके चलते हैं। उसके बाद डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर के साथ फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन हुआ, हम लोग एक साथ बैठ के बातचीत किया है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। उसके बाद जो है वो ज़्यादातर पॉलिसी मेकर मतलब जो हम लोग का जो पॉलिटिशियन लोग होता है उसके साथ, ट्रेड यूनियन, डिफरेंट ट्रेड यूनियन के साथ हम लोग बातचीत किया। डिफरेंट प्रोफेशनल बॉडीज, डॉक्टर्स का जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता है डिफरेंट, और नर्सेस का डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता है, पैरामेडिक्स का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता है। हमारा स्टेट में ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट बहुत स्ट्रांग है, उन लोगों के साथ हम लोग बातचीत किया है। उसके बाद ये राइट अप पीपीटी बनता है और जो डिपार्टमेंट है जो डिसीजन लेगा उसके बाद ये हम लोग भेजते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। इज ए एग्जाम्पल example of a write up that issue was the installation of semi-auto analyzer. I will not go into the details. These are the headings: proposed reform activities, immediate objective, overall objective. Next slide. Background, rationale and brief description. Next slide. Financial and administrative implication. देखिए इसमें दो किस्म का फिनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशन, ये जो रिफॉर्म इशू है इसका दो किस्म का फिनेंशियल, वन इज नॉन रिकरिंग कॉस्ट, वन इज रिकरिंग कॉस्ट। उसके बाद आता है सस्टेनेबिलिटी और अपस्केलिंग। अब एक जगह में एक सेमी ऑटो एनालाइजर बिठा के ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो इसको आपको अपस्केल करना पड़ेगा, डिफरेंट प्लेस में आपको ये बिठाना पड़ेगा, ऐसा करते जाते। सो दिस इज एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ, लेट अस स्टार्ट विथ one particular disease entity which is we all are acquainted with. हमारा देश में आप लोग को मालूम है कितना स्नेक बाइट होता है एक साल में? How many snake bite cases occurs? 3 to 4 million approximately. 30 लाख से 50 लाख लोग वो स्नेक बाइट केस होता है। उसमें से 50,000 डेथ होता है और 500,000 उसका डिसेबिलिटी होता है, उसका एम्पुटेशन करना पड़ता है। तो दिस इज द सिनेरियो ऑफ ए स्नेक बाइट केस इन द होल कंट्री। वी यूज्ड टू कॉल आवरसेल्फ द स्नेक बाइट कैपिटल ऑफ द होल वर्ल्ड। सो ये जो पब्लिक हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम है इसके बारे में हमको तो सोचना पड़ता है, इसको सॉल्यूशन क्या होगा, कैसे ये आप वो ये 50,000 जो जिसको डेथ हो जाता है उसको आप कैसे कुछ कर पाएंगे उन लोगों के लिए। फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट हम लोग ने सोचा था कि ये है इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी का वो जो करके हमारा एक बेड पूरा जब बनेगा, जो कहाँ पर इसको ले जाना पड़ेगा, तो कहाँ पर बेड खाली है। वेस्ट बंगाल इज हाईली पॉपुलर स्टेट, सो मोस्ट ऑफ द हॉस्पिटल्स आर ओवर क्राउडेड, patient we used to keep patient on the floor also. That is the scenario in West Bengal. So we have to know where there is a vacant bed at that material point of time. So this is the example of science and technology. Next, after going to a particular hospital, ये इतना बड़ा होता है, बड़ा हॉस्पिटल में ज़्यादातर लोग होता है, ज़्यादा डिपार्टमेंट होता है, हमको मालूम नहीं पड़ता कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट कहाँ होता है। हम पिलर टू पोस्ट भागते हैं एक कागज़ लेके, यहाँ जाओ, यहाँ टेस्ट करने के जाओ, यहाँ भर्ती होने के कागज़ लेके जाओ, यहाँ पर आपको बेड मिलेगा, ऐसा। सो दिस इज नथिंग बट दिस इज नॉट ए रॉकेट साइंस, दिस इज नथिंग बट ए वेरी सिंपल मेथोडोलॉजी से मे आई हेल्प यू। हम लोग इसको रोगी सहायता केंद्र बोलते हैं। बोलते हैं, मे आई हेल्प यू बूथ नेक्स्ट। और देखिए जो एक हॉस्पिटल की इमरजेंसी में जितना आदमी लोग आता है बीमार पड़ के, those who came into the hospital after getting sick, most of them don't need admission, but they need some kind of observation for a particular period. So हम लोग ने क्या सोचा, हम लोग ने ऑब्जर्वेशन बेड क्रिएट किया, उसमें जो भर्ती होगा वो within 24 hours he will be either discharged or he will be shifted to the ward for further stay in the hospitals. Next slide. CCU ICU. In some of the snake bite cases, they need some kind of ventilatory support, mechanical, electromechanical ventilatory support. So हम लोगों ने सोचा कि छोटा मोटा जो हॉस्पिटल होता है, बड़ा हॉस्पिटल जो टीचिंग हॉस्पिटल उसमें ICU CCU बेड होता है, लेकिन छोटा मोटा हॉस्पिटल में नहीं होता है, क्योंकि हम लोग का माइंडसेट था कि ये चलाने के लिए आपको पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट डिग्री होल्डर का ज़रूरत है। ये गलत है, ये सोचना गलत है। एक डॉक्टर MBBS डॉक्टर आफ्टर गेटिंग सम ट्रेनिंग फॉर 6 to 8 10 weeks, he can jolly well run those beds. These beds are nothing but some beds with extra say monitor or ventilator, some extra equipment उसमें देता है और कुछ नहीं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। हम लोग का जो सिटी है, सिटी ऑफ कैलकाटा और उसके आसपास जो सबर्बन है, ये नॉर्थ 24 परगना जहाँ पर आप लोग है, साउथ 24 परगना में क्या होता है, बड़ा बड़ा टीचिंग हॉस्पिटल के बगल में एक छोटा मोटा सेकेंडरी टायर हॉस्पिटल्स होता था। तो क्या होता है उसमें जो ट्रीटमेंट का जो क्वालिटी, ये आप लोग समझ पाएंगे कि जो टीचिंग हॉस्पिटल उसमें ट्रीटमेंट का क्वालिटी आपसे आप बढ़िया होता है। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि क्यों नहीं वो जो फैकल्टी है वो इन छोटा मोटा जो हॉस्पिटल है, जैसे कि सोमनाथ पंडित हॉस्पिटल पीजी का बगल में, पीजी SSKM हॉस्पिटल है, वेरी रिनाउंड हॉस्पिटल इन आवर स्टेट, से मल्टी सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल, उसको क्यों नहीं उसको सेकेंड कैंपस करके उसको इस्तेमाल किया जाए, उसमें बहुत सारे बेड वैकेंट होता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस, ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट होता है सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस, हमारा जो बगल का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट होता है उसको बोलते हैं हम लोग साउथ 24 परगनास। वो रिवारियन एरिया है, उसमें सुंदरवन जैसा जंगल होता है, उसमें बहुत सारे सांप होते हैं और स्नेक बाइट, ज़्यादातर स्नेक बाइट केसेस वहाँ पर होते हैं। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा व्हाई नॉट एस्टैब्लिश अ सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस एट द डोर स्टेप, क्योंकि उनमें जो लोग आएंगे ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए, ग्राम से जो लोग आएंगे, दोज विलेजर्स, दे विल गेट द हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट एंड दे विल जनरेट ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ डेटा। ये कलकत्ता शहर में बैठ के आप सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस बना सकते हैं, लेकिन उसको ट्रेनिंग के पर्पस के लिए, रिसर्च के पर्पस के लिए आपको जो केस चाहिए वो आपको नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि कलकत्ता शहर में इतना ज़्यादा स्नेक बाइट केसेस नहीं होता, ये कॉस्मोपॉलिटन सिटी है। So why not establish that kind of center of excellence at the sub-divisional level hospital? Next slide, please. Similarly, there is one artificial limb center, fitting center. It was in a very rudimentary stage at NRS Medical College and Hospital. We think why not upgrade that artificial limb center and transform it into a center of excellence. Next slide. And there is one institute called BC Rai Polio Institute. You all know after the discovery of polio vaccine, क्या है पल्स पोलियो के बाद ये जो केसेस मिलना बहुत कम हो गया है। तो केसेस मिलना बहुत कम हो गया है, तो इसलिए उन लोगों को जो वहाँ पर जो काम करते हैं उसके पास काम धंधा भी नहीं था। वो लोग 10 बजे के टाइम में आते थे और 5 बजे के टाइम में निकल जाते थे। वहाँ का जो प्रोफेसर लोग है, वहाँ का जो लेबोरेटरी टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट है, वहाँ का जो फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट है, दे आर सिटिंग आइडल। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा व्हाई नॉट मेक देम do their job in a proper way and address another issue which is very deficient in government sector like cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy होने से हम लोग को क्या होता है, हम लोग को नॉन गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में जाना पड़ता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। This is one of the renowned institute, it's called Pasteur Institute. Once upon a time we used to make vaccines there, anti-rabies vaccines. There was a huge laboratory consisting of horses stable and all this, but now the vaccines are being manufactured by big pharmaceutical companies. So those bases were lying idle for a pretty long time, and we thought that why not shift those manpower to our infectious disease hospitals at Beleghata and make it an center of excellence for dog bite cases and rabies management cases. Next slide, please. This is another example of arsenicosis center of excellence at Ranaghat, Nodia. It's a nearby district. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is an example of outsourcing of security and scavenging and housekeeping services below subdivisional level hospitals. You know, the primary tier hospitals, the service recipient जो डॉक्टर लोग नर्स लोग वहाँ पर काम करते हैं, उन लोगों को भी क्लीनलीनेस का ज़रूरत होता है, उन लोगों को भी सिक्योरिटी का ज़रूरत होता है. तो why not expand these outsourced services to the primary tier also? Next slide, please. Strengthening the cadre of ward master. I will not talk about this. Next slide. Creation of male nurses. ये जो this concept of male nurse is prevalent in the southern part of our country, but not in the eastern part. Eastern part we used to think nurse means lady nurses. But in some of the cases, for example, psychiatric ward, for example, emergency ward, we need some kind of nurses aid who are proficient, who are educated in a scientific manner, but has got some technology along with training to handle those cases. Next is back kurun. Next is the medical record keeping. Medical record means very important activity. Our nursing superintendent used to bog down with administrative issues like जो छुट्टी का जो दरखास्त होता है उसमें अलाउ लिखना पड़ता है और किसी का ड्यूटी रोस्टर बनाना पड़ता है. ये सब ठीक है, ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव जॉब्स है. लेकिन आप लोगों ने फ्लोरेंस नाइटिंगेल का नाम सुना होगा, और फ्लोरेंस नाइटिंगेल ने जो किया है वो मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड का वो पायोनियर थे. दैट लेडी हैज स्टार्टेड द मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग और स्टैटिस्टिक्स in our universe. Next. This is an example of multitasking and multi-skilling. Actually, ECG is a very low-cost technology, but very appropriate in our country. We have seen that many people who have got no training or very little training are doing ECGs. But in our government setup, we have got lack of manpower. We want to address that issue of lack of ECG technician by giving training to the nursing staff to do the ECG. Next slide. This is called the concept of central pathology in the secondary and primary tier hospitals. You see, the laboratory technologists are being appointed under various programs. For example, TB program. The laboratory technologist appointed under TB program used to look after only TB slides. And another fellow who is appointed under malaria program is looking after malaria slides. Both of them are equally competent to do all kinds of tests. So why not a central concept of laboratory laboratory at the primary, secondary as well as tertiary care hospitals. Next slide. Semi-auto analyzer I have talked about. This is a appropriate technology, example of appropriate. If you install one semi-auto analyzer, you can do so many tests in a hospital setting. Next slide. Biomedical engineering, yes, this is an example of use of, if you consider the previous slides, we used to buy different kinds of machines. Many of them are very expensive, but the thing is that those machines required maintenance, periodic maintenance. But unfortunately in our state, the medical engineering graduates are very few and far between. ITI based, there is no such training courses under ITI. There should be, and we need huge amount of biomedical engineers. Next slide. Next slide. 6-month internship paramedical training. This is nothing but a modality to overcome our manpower shortage. Those who are taking the paramedical courses, if they are mandatory internship in government hospitals, we can manage our manpower shortage accordingly. Next slide. This is nothing but a council for allied and paramedical to maintain the quality of we are maintaining the quality of our medical education and nursing education before independence till date. There are bodies who are regulating those educations, but they are very much lagging at the quality of this paramedical training. Next slide. DNB course is nothing but a kind of post-graduation course which can be taught at the secondary hospitals which are not per se teaching hospitals. Next slide. This is a very controversial reform issue. All the doctors who are doing postgraduate in West Bengal, they have to do mandatory 2-year services in the government setup. Otherwise, they have to refund back a huge amount of money to government. Next slide. Various state. Next slide. Next slide. Drug dispensing protocol. This is nothing but a protocol which helps people a lot. In our state, we used to give medicine, dispense medicine to the patient for only 3 to 7 days. But you see, in most of the cases of chronic illnesses like diabetes, hypertension, etc., the patient needs to take medicine at least for 1 month to get any kind of benefit, and that should not be stopped. So why not give them 1 month's medicine at a time? Next slide. Quality of different kinds of PPP. I have given one example. Fair price medicine shop are being run, fair price diagnostic, fair price dialysis service. But somebody has to look after the quality which is being rendered by those private partners. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Right. This is a classical example of the strength of the trade union movement in West Bengal. You see, if you consider the rudimentary kind of human resource management, each and every of us, हम लोग को जो तनख्वाह मिलता है उसमें 3 भाग होता है. एक जो होता है वो फिक्स्ड अमाउंट होता है, दूसरा जो होता है डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ अलाउंसेस, तीसरा जो होता है परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ड इंसेंटिव. लेकिन हम लोग का स्टेट में जो होता था वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो गाइडलाइन है उसको फॉलो करके हम लोग ये आशा जो है ग्रास रूट लेवल वर्कर, उन लोग को सिर्फ ये परफॉर्मेंस में इंसेंटिव मिलता था. इसमें एक दुविधा क्या है, डाइकोटोमी इज दैट वन आशा वर्किंग एट अ वेरी progressive kind of area, she will get less number of TB cases, she will get less number of leprosy cases, she will get less number of pregnancy cases. And Asha working at the backward area, she will get more number of leprosy cases, more number of TB cases, more number of pregnancy cases. So her incentive will jump accordingly. So there must be some kind of fixed honorarium for our ASHA worker. That was one of the most important reform agendas. Last. Thank you. So this is the journey we have came across, and the challenge before us is use of appropriate technology, science and technology, and to sustain those reform issues in coming future. In West Bengal, I have shared some basic examples with you so that these reforms issues can be taken as a good practice model in your state also. This is not at all a rocket science. You can jolly well apply. आप लोग जब घर वापस जाएंगे और कभी ना कभी आपको भी कोई ना कोई चांस मिलेगा मुलाकात करने के लिए. जो लोग पॉलिसी बनाते हैं उसके साथ आपको डायलॉग करने के लिए आपको मुलाकात जरूर मिलेगा. तो उस टाइम आप लोग ये बोल सकते हैं कि हम लोग वेस्ट बंगाल में ये देख के आए हैं, वहाँ पर ऐसा ऐसा हो रहा है. Why not implement in our state also? आप लोग देखिए और आप लोग सोचिए. Last, I want to thank our organizer again. हमको ये मौका देने के लिए ये लोग आप लोग जो एक्टिविस्ट होते हैं, फील्ड में काम करते हैं, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में. हम लोग जो करते हैं वो अलग अलग काम है, आप लोग जो करते हैं वो अलग काम है. लेकिन किसी ना किसी दिन हम लोग और आप लोग एक साथ मिलके हमारा देश को पूरा नया बनाएंगे, हमारा देश का जो गरीब जनता है उसके उपकार के लिए कुछ ना कुछ कर पाएंगे, ये आशा रख के सबको थैंक जना के ख़त्म करते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dr. Sengupta, for presenting in very elaborate manner the various interventions which the state is working upon to make health facilities and infrastructure accessible to all. Now, we have 10 minutes of time where we can take up 3 questions to the speakers, and they will try to respond to this. So we can take three questions. We have time for 3 questions. So if anyone has any question, yeah, please. Mr. Rana.
Percentage of dropout in last 10 years.
Mr. Kumar Rana.
And the percentage of recruitment in the education system, the present education system. And first question is the percentage of dropout in last 10 years, that is illiteracy rate in the last 10 years. The dropout percentage. And or the literacy rate, all literacy rate, that is.
We don't have the literacy rate figures.
No, you just present this thing in the left front,
First
that is 30% dropout.
30% dropout at?
That is in the period of left front.
No, I didn't say that. I said 30% of the illiterates
Yes.
were born during the
During-
first 20
during-
years of left front regime.
And in this present 10 years,
Acha.
what is the illiteracy rate?
We don't have the numbers because we don't have the census figures. Okay, you know, the 2021 census has not been done, so we cannot. We don't have the comparative figures. Okay, number one. Number two, the number of illiterates. I mean, there is no reason for the illiterates being born in this situation, particularly after the RTE, because you have almost universal access to primary school. So that's why that since primary school has been universalized, primary schooling in every part of the country, so you do not, illiterates do not add up. So what you find is the past illiterates. Okay, so that's one.
This question to Professor Chakraborty and Professor Rana. Very good. One paradox, recently one news was there in terms of science and technology and publication and patent. Calcutta city is the highest in India, in spite of the brain drain and the reducing science education in West Bengal. Is it a paradox? Recently it has might have seen, all of you, it came in the newspaper that out of the 4 cities in Calcutta, Bangalore and Mumbai, and another I think was Delhi, in terms of publication and patents in science and technology, Calcutta is the highest.
No, I don't think it's a paradox because we have to understand that West Bengal still has very large number of educational institutes, and in spite of lot of what should I say, disadvantages, there are a lot of people who are very diligently working. And so far as publication and patents are concerned, now please remember one thing, publications and patents you can do at your lab. What is not happening here is what we call the translation of technology. That means these publications, these technologies, are they being translated for implementation? That is not happening. So don't go into the number of publications. I have 200 publications. How many of them have been implemented at any level? Forget about at the highest level. So that is the main concern, that we are more into the academia mode. That's what I am trying to say, that there is absolutely a detached between academia and the implementation.
So thank you. We'll be now conclude the session, and so finally I'd like to express our gratitude to the eminent speakers in the panel for spending 2 hours of time despite their busy schedule. And I think there could have been some more discussion, but because we couldn't start in time, so and the next session already we have entered in their time period, so we'll be concluding the session. And thank you all who was present here and listened and interacted with the speakers. Thank you.
Please wait a bit. Our valedictory session will start soon. Friends, before the concluding session, one more event is due. We are going to take 12 resolutions from this Congress. Our resolution subcommittee convener Pramod Gauri is here. He will detail about these resolutions, and one by one resolution will be placed before the delegates and it will be taken from the Congress. Pramod Gauri.
We are just going to start this session in a couple of minutes, and I would like to request S. Krishna Swamy. He is our Vice President, AIPSN. And then I would like to request Pushpa. She is our EC member, to chair the session, and we will start in a couple of minutes. All the resolutions will be put before you, and then it will get passed from the House.
Good morning, everybody. Now it is time for the resolutions. The APSN Executive Committee has come up with some resolutions to cover all the major areas which have been discussed. So these resolutions will now be presented as briefly as possible by different people who are in the EC. So EC members will be presenting the resolutions as I call them out. And if there are any further queries or any additions or new suggestions that are from the audience, from members here, then please write out what you have to say, write out your suggestions or write out your questions and hand them over to your state general secretaries. So any new additions that you feel are needed or any changes that you feel are needed, you please write them out and give them to your state general secretaries. The state general secretaries will hand them over to the national general secretary, Asha. So once Asha receives all the inputs, then there will be a discussion in the EC and a position paper or details about that will be finalized and that will be uploaded. So these resolutions which are being read out will be passed as it is. We need your thing to help it pass it as it is so that they can be taken. Right? So the resolutions cannot be changed now because it has to be again discussed in the EC. So the resolutions are after the discussion, after getting the input from the desk, the EC has taken up and given the resolutions. So I request the EC members who are reading out the resolutions to please come on stage as I call them out so that they can take it up. So I first call upon Prajwal Shastri to come and read the resolution on scientific temper. Prajwal Shastri. So the next resolution will be by O.P. Buratia on climate change. So after Prajwal Shastri, the next one will be read by O.P. Buratia.
मैं संक्षिप्त में इसको पढ़ूंगी. I will read briefly the resolution. तो भारतीय समाज में वैज्ञानिक सोच फैलाने की लड़ाई जारी रखें. अब समय आ गया है कि भारत के सभी समान विचारधारा वालों लोग एक साथ इकट्ठा हो, एकजुट होकर इस अन्याय से लड़ने की शपथ लें और कोलकाता घोषणा के संदेश को लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम शुरू करें. AIPSN कोलकाता में इस 18वें AIPSC में क्यों पूछें के स्वभाव को विकसित करके और आलोचनात्मक AIPSN कोलकाता में इस 18वें AIPSC में क्यों पूछें के स्वभाव को विकसित करके और आलोचनात्मक सोच, संशयवादी दृष्टिकोण और साक्ष्य आधारित तर्क पर समझ के समृद्ध करके वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण प्राप्त करने की लड़ाई जारी रखने का संकल्प लेता है। So continue the battle to spread scientific temper in Indian society. It is time for all like-minded people of India to assemble together, take an oath to fight this unjust, united, and initiate the task of percolating the message of Kolkata Declaration to the people. AIPSN in this 18th AIPSC at Kolkata resolves to continue the battle for achieving scientific temper by developing the temper of ask why and enrich the understanding on critical thinking, skeptical outlook, and evidence-based reasoning.
So this was a resolution on scientific temper. It is now if it is it's put for approval, and if you all approve, please raise your hand or give a clap. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So next one.
अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज पे ओपी बुरेटा हिमाचल से हैं, वो आकर रेजुलेशन रखेंगे। इनके बाद तैयार रहेंगे हेल्थ राइट्स वे इंद्रलीन।
साथियों, पर्यावरण और जलवायु परिवर्तन पे जो प्रस्ताव है मैं हिंदी में पढ़ रहा हूँ, इंग्लिश वाला आपके पास अवेलेबल है, उसमें से देख लीजिएगा। पिछले दशक में भारत ने विकास और व्यापार को सुविधाजनक बनाने के नाम पर पर्यावरण का अभूतपूर्व नुकसान देखा है। अविनियम और निजीकरण तथा पर्यावरण सुरक्षा उपायों और संस्थाओं को विघटित करने के चलते खनन और निष्कर्षण उद्योगों, आधारभूत ढांचों तथा कथित रैखिक परियोजनाओं और अन्य औद्योगिक एवं वाणिज्यिक परियोजनाओं से वन, तटीय क्षेत्र, नाजुक पर्वतीय क्षेत्र और पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से संवेदनशील क्षेत्रों को भारी नुकसान पहुंचा है। इस प्रक्रिया में सत्ता के करीब उद्योगपतियों और ठेकेदार तो मोटी कमाई करते पाए गए, लेकिन प्राकृतिक वास, आजीविका, सहयोग तंत्र और संघर्षों से प्राप्त किए गए अधिकार समाप्त होते गए, जिससे आदिवासी, वन में रहने वाले मछुआरों और प्रकृति पर निर्भर समुदाय तबाह होते गए। जलवायु परिवर्तन के तेजी से बढ़ रहे दुष्प्रभाव बहुत गहरे तक प्रभावित कर रहे हैं। पिछले कुछ सालों में तेज गर्मी के दौर लंबे होते जा रहे हैं और तापमान में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि दर्ज की जा रही है। स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था में अपर्याप्त रिकॉर्ड होने की वजह से जलवायु परिवर्तन के मानव स्वास्थ्य पर पड़ने वाले प्रभाव को तो पूरी तरह समझा नहीं जा सका है, लेकिन अन्य क्षेत्रों में इसके प्रभाव भयंकर हैं। अभूतपूर्व गर्मी ने असर तो सभी पर डाला है, लेकिन निर्माण मजदूरों, खेतीहर और खुले में काम करने वाले मजदूरों, फुटपाथ पर सामान बेचने वालों और घरों में काम करने वालों, बुजुर्गों, नवजात शिशुओं, गर्भवती महिलाओं, गिग वर्कर्स और बेघर और अनौपचारिक बस्तियों में रह रहे गरीबों पर इसकी मार सबसे अधिक पड़ी है। कंक्रीट के बढ़ते इस्तेमाल, एयर कंडीशनर्स और वाहनों से निकल रही गर्मी तथा सिकुड़ते जल स्रोतों और ग्रीन कवर, इन सभी से शहरों का तापमान बहुत अधिक बढ़ गया है। गर्मी में उपजी मुसीबतों को नमी और उग्र बना देती है और तापमान का स्तर विश्व स्वास्थ्य संगठन की शब्दावली के अनुसार मानव के जीवित मात्र रह पाने की सीमा के करीब पहुंच जाता है। जीवन, रोजगार और उत्पादकता की क्षति बढ़ रही है। इससे निपटने के लिए केंद्र और अन्य राज्यों की योजनाएं निहायत ही अधूरी साबित हुई हैं और इनकी संवेदनशीलता भी कम रही है। जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण अत्यधिक बारिश के बार बार भारी तबाही हो रही है और विकास कार्यों के खराब नियोजन और क्रियान्वयन के चलते और बढ़ जाती है। अब कई महीनों में होने वाली बारिश से भी अधिक बरसात एक ही दिन में देखी जा रही है। शहरी क्षेत्रों में जल निकासी प्रणालियां अत्यधिक दबाव में है, नतीजन बाढ़ की स्थिति बन जाती है, जो बेतरतीब शहरीकरण, प्राकृतिक नालियों के अवरुद्ध होने से और प्राकृतिक एवं पारंपरिक जल प्रणालियों में हस्तक्षेप के कारण और भी बिगड़ जाती है। बाढ़ों की वजह से हजारों करोड़ के सालाना नुकसान को उपयुक्त और यथा समय निवेश, नियोजन और प्रकृति आधारित समाधान सहित लचीली कार्य पद्धतियों से बचा जा सकता है। नदी में बाढ़, वनों की कटाई और जल ग्रहण क्षेत्रों को होने वाले दूसरे नुकसानों के परिणाम स्वरूप गाद जमा होने, निर्माण मलबे को नदियों के किनारे जमा करने से नदी के तल की वृद्धि और होने वाले और नदियों के किनारे अनियमित बस्तियों के बसने से बढ़ जाती है। हिमालय, उत्तर पूर्व और पश्चिमी घाट में क्षेत्रों में बार बार हो रहे भूस्खलन की वजह से हर साल जाल मान का भारी नुकसान हो रहा है। नाजुक पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों के लिए नामुनासिब तकनीकों और खराब योजनाओं से निर्मित राजमार्गों, पन बिजली परियोजनाओं और दूसरे ढांचों के निर्माण और अनियोजित शहरीकरण और क्षमता से अधिक पर्यटन से समस्या बढ़ती जा रही है और इन सभी की वजह से प्राकृतिक झरनों में रुकावटें आ रही हैं और ढलानें कमजोर हो रही हैं और भूमि धंसती जा रही है। जलवायु परिवर्तन और इसके प्रभाव स्पष्ट रूप से संकट के बिंदु पे पहुंच रहे हैं और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ग्रीन हाउस गैसों के उत्सर्जन को नियंत्रित करने और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जलवायु के प्रभावों को कम करने और लचीलापन बनाने के लिए दोनों स्तरों पर त्वरित कार्यवाही की जरूरत है। अखिल भारतीय जन विज्ञान नेटवर्क दोनों मोर्चों पर व्यापक गठबंधन बनाते हुए ठोस कार्यवाही करेगा। बेलम, ब्राजील में 2025 के अंत में होने वाली COP3 के पृष्ठभूमि में नेटवर्क अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर देश को मजबूत राय रखने की गुजारिश करेगा ताकि विकसित देश ऐतिहासिक जिम्मेवारी का निर्वहन करते हुए उत्सर्जन में भारी कटौती करने में अपने दायित्व को निभाएं। अखिल भारतीय जन विज्ञान नेटवर्क अभियान चलाएगा ताकि देश 2025 के मध्य में प्रस्तुत की जाने वाली अद्यतन राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर निर्धारित योगदान 3.0 NDC में उत्सर्जन में अधिक कटौती का प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत करे। चूंकि लो कार्बन समतामूलक विकास की राह के लिए देश की पिछली NDC 2 के मद्देनजर विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में उत्सर्जन घटाने की काफ़ी गुंजाइश है। अखिल भारतीय जन विज्ञान नेटवर्क अपने क्षेत्र में राष्ट्रव्यापी लामबंदी करेगा, नीतियों की वकालत के लिए अभियान चलाएगा और जमीनी स्तर पर भी कार्यक्रम करेगा, जिससे जलवायु परिवर्तन के वजह से होने वाले अत्यधिक गर्मी, शहरी और गर्म टापू बनते जा रहे अत्यधिक बारिश और उससे जुड़े भूस्खलन, ग्रामीण और शहरी बाढ़ जैसे प्रभावों और अन्य स्थानीय मुद्दों से निपटा जा सके। अखिल भारतीय जन विज्ञान नेटवर्क सिविल सोसाइटी संगठन और अन्य हितधारकों के विस्तृत गठबंधन का निर्माण करेगा और इसके माध्यम से पर्यावरण के दृढ़ मूल्यांकन और शहरी, ग्रामीण और नाजुक पहाड़ी क्षेत्र के लिए वैकल्पिक, टिकाऊ, जलवायु अनुकूल और लचीले विकास मॉडल के लिए प्रेरित करेगा।
The resolutions will be alternately read in English and Hindi. So, any additional points, as I said, if you need on the resolution, please write it and pass it on to your state general secretary, who will then pass it to the national secretaries. So, can we take this resolution as approved? You can show your hands. Thank you. Yeah. So,
हेल्थ राइट्स पे इंद्रजील जी कहाँ हैं? आ जाएंगे मंच पे। इनके बाद आरजीकर प्रदीप मोहपत्रा तैयार रहेंगे। साथियों, थोड़ा बातचीत कम करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि रेजुलेशन प्रस्ताव जो होता है सम्मेलन में जो लिया जाता है प्रस्ताव, उस प्रस्ताव को लेकर हम लोग जो अगले सम्मेलन है उस समय के बीच तक काम करना होता है। इसलिए थोड़ा सा ध्यान देकर सुनने का प्रयास करेंगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा। इंद्रलीन भाई से निवेदन है कि आएंगे, प्रस्ताव रखेंगे।
I'll read the summary of the Right to Health and Healthcare Act resolution. Given there are widespread socio-economic disparities that have denied the most marginalized sections of the society the basic necessities required to ensure a quality life. And when we say in addition to healthcare, it encompasses all the dimensions of life that have a bearing on our physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being, which includes livelihood, condition of work, income security, access to food, living conditions, and all of that. Particularly, the Dalits, Adivasis, religious minorities, and women continue to suffer from social disparities and discrimination, which reflect on poor health indicators. Given the current situation and challenges, the old and the new, there needs to be a perspective shift from cure dominated by a medical industry to care that is holistic and rooted in the history and health culture of this country. Such a transformation is possible if the right to health care is a justiciable right. It needs legislations both at the national and state levels. Such legislations should ensure universal access to good quality and comprehensive health care, including the entire range of primary, secondary, and tertiary services for the entire population. This legislation should also ensure people-centered healthcare where safety, dignity, human rights, and convenience of service users is respected. Such legislation, to be effective, must also specify how services will ensure people's access to entitlements and penalties for violation of rights. This must be accompanied by a public health legislation which ensures people's access to a range of health determinants and protections from health-harming influences. These should contribute to the process of making health and healthcare as a fundamental right in the Indian Constitution. Every person's right to free essential medicines and diagnostics in all public health facilities should be ensured. A right to healthcare legislation must also be accompanied by a more effective Clinical Establishment Act across all states that regulate the private sector, ensuring ethical practices, transparency, fair pricing, and prevention of monopolistic trends within the private health sector. I'm skipping a bit of the resolution. AIPSN resolves to take forward the struggle for right to health and health care in collaboration with like-minded networks and groups like Jan Swasthya Abhiyan, trade unions and citizens groups, and work with people to ensure greater accountability of the publicly provided services towards realization of right to health and healthcare. Thank you.
So both the English and the Hindi printed versions are with you, right? So please follow that. And this resolution is put for approval. Kindly raise your hands. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so
आरजीकर पे रखेंगे प्रदीप महापात्रा जी। इनके बाद तैयार रहेंगे जेंडर एंड सोशल जस्टिस कोमल दी।
Delegates and dignitaries, on behalf of the resolution committee, we are placing the resolution regarding Arjikor incidents. AIPSN strongly condemns the murder and sexual assault of a second-year postgraduate resident at Arjikor Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata. In the strongest possible terms, we express our deepest condolence to the family and the friends of the deceased. We join the protesting citizens, peoples, in demanding the impartial investigations and timely justice in the matter of sexual assault and murder and the alleged linkage of the case with large-scale corruption within the Arjikar Medical College and hospitals. We also condemn the attempt of attempt to vandalize the site of the crime by goons and attempts by the administration to destroy the evidence while investigation is going on. We also express our full solidarity with the struggle of all healthcare personnel across the country for speedy justice for victims to ensure safety at the workplace. The issue of sexual harassment at the workplace is so pervasive, and safety of the hospitals, medical college is utmost importance. Continuous sexual violence and harassments of the patients as well as the healthcare personnel within the premises of hospital, wards, OPDs, health personnel often go unnoticed. The vulnerability extends beyond patient to all healthcare workers, mainly women, including doctors, particularly junior doctors, interns, nurses, paramedical staff, lab technicians, administrative staff, and frontline health workers like ASHAs, Anganwadi workers. This exposes the systematic violence and power hierarchy within the health system. Sexual violence and harassment as a tool to maintain power arise from the sense of entitlement felt by powerful men people. Only a fractions of the incidents, whatever the form of violation, is very extreme, come to the public domain, draw some media and public attention. Workplace harassment may take many forms and transcend genders, caste, age, and class barriers. This is indirectly connected to the larger issues of discrimination faced by women and marginalized communities within healthcare delivery institutions, which lack able governance structures, administrators, and many cases, and is often mired in systematic and organized corruption. The horrific incidents also brings to light the pathetic state of the workplace amenities of service available to the healthcare personnel in public hospitals. Health workers, while delivering healthcare within the constrained system, have often been at the receiving end of the anger and frustrations from the patient and their families. We demand that governance administrative mechanisms of the hospitals be strengthened with all the extending statutory grievance redressal mechanism to ensure workplace safety, redressal of sexual harassment and other forms of exploitation being put in place in all healthcare facilities across the country. Both central and state governments and the health system need to take protective measures to create human and enabling environments for a profession whose main objective is caring. Governance structures and administrators and healthcare institutions, both private and public, must be tasked with ensuing corruption-free transparent system in the overall governance of healthcare institutions, particularly the tertiary ones, mechanisms of people, and led governance and grievance redressal need to be established with much greater participation of diverse systems, diverse sections of citizens in the process. Thank you. It is placed for your approval.
In view of the topical local importance of this thing, I request Pushpa also to read out the Hindi version of this.
अभी जो हमारे साथी रखे थे प्रस्ताव उसी का हिंदी है। AIPASN कोलकाता के आरजी कर मेडिकल कॉलेज और अस्पताल में स्नातकोत्तर द्विवर्षीय वर्ष की रेजिडेंट की हत्या और यौन उत्पीड़न की कड़ी निंदा करता है। हम मृतक के परिवार और दोस्तों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करते हैं। हम यौन उत्पीड़न और हत्या के मामले में निष्पक्ष जांच और समय पर न्याय और आरजी कर मेडिकल कॉलेज और अस्पताल के भीतर बड़े पैमाने पर भ्रष्टाचार के साथ मामले के कथित संबंधों की मांग में प्रदर्शनकारी नागरिकों के साथ शामिल हैं। हम गुंडों द्वारा अपराध स्थल पर तोड़फोड़ करने के प्रयास और प्रशासन द्वारा सबूत नष्ट करने के प्रयास की भी निंदा करते हैं, जिसकी जांच जारी है। हम पीड़ितों को शीघ्र न्याय दिलाने और कार्यस्थल पर सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए देश भर के सभी स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों के संघर्ष के प्रति अपनी पूरी एकजुटता व्यक्त करते हैं। कार्यस्थल पर यौन उत्पीड़न का मुद्दा बहुत व्यापक है और अस्पतालों, मेडिकल कॉलेजों में सुरक्षा अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। अस्पतालों, वार्डों, ओपीडी परिसरों के भीतर मरीजों के साथ साथ स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों के साथ भी लगातार हो रहे यौन हिंसा और उत्पीड़न पर अक्सर ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता है। यह अति संवेदनशीलता मरीजों के अलावा सभी स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों में व्याप्त है। मुख्य रूप से महिलाएं, जिनमें डॉक्टर, विशेष रूप से जूनियर डॉक्टर, प्रशिक्षु नर्स, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ, लैब तकनीशियन, प्रशासनिक कर्मचारी और आशा, आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता जैसे फ्रंट लाइन स्वास्थ्य कार्यकर्ता शामिल है। यह स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली के भीतर प्रणालीगत हिंसा और शक्ति पदानुक्रम के उजागर करता है। यौन हिंसा और उत्पीड़न का इस्तेमाल सत्ता बनाए रखने के एक उपकरण के रूप में शक्तिशाली पुरुषों की अधिकार की भावना से उत्पन्न होता है। इन घटनाओं का केवल एक छोटा सा हिस्सा तब सार्वजनिक तौर से सामने आता है जब उल्लंघन का रूप चरम होता है और तभी मीडिया और जनता का ध्यान आकर्षित कर पाता है। कार्यस्थल पर उत्पीड़न की रूप ले सकता है और यह लिंग, जाति, उम्र और वर्ग के पैमाने से प्रे होता है। यह स्वास्थ्य संस्थानों के भीतर महिलाओं और हाशिए पर रहने वाले समुदायों द्वारा सामना किए जाने वाले भेदभाव के बड़े मुद्दों से जटिल रूप से जुड़ा हुआ है, जिनमें सक्षम शासन संरचनाओं और प्रशासकों की कमी है और जो अक्सर व्यवस्थित और संगठित भ्रष्टाचार में फंसे होते हैं। यह भयावह घटना सार्वजनिक अस्पतालों में स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों के लिए उपलब्ध कार्यस्थल सुविधाओं और सेवाओं की दयनीय स्थिति को भी उजागर करती है। सीमित प्रणालियों के भीतर स्वास्थ्य सेवा प्रदान करने वाले स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों को अक्सर मरीजों और परिवारों के गुस्से को निशाना का सामना करना पड़ता है। हम मांग करते हैं कि अस्पतालों के शासन और प्रशासनिक तंत्र को मजबूत किया जाए और कार्यस्थल की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने तथा यौन उत्पीड़न को शोषण के अन्य रूपों का निवारण करने के लिए बने सभी मौजूदा वैधानिक शिकायत निवारण तंत्रों को देश भर के सभी स्वास्थ्य संस्थाओं में मजबूत किया जाए। केंद्र और राज्य सरकारों और स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली दोनों को एक ऐसे पेशे के लिए मानवीय और सक्षम वातावरण बनाने के लिए सक्रिय कदम उठाने की जरूरत है, जिसका मुख्य उद्देश्य देखभाल करना है। निजी और सार्वजनिक दोनों स्वास्थ्य देखभाल संस्थानों की शासन संरचनाओं और प्रशासकों को भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त पारदर्शी प्रणाली सुनिश्चित करने का काम सौंपा जाना चाहिए। स्वास्थ्य देखभाल संस्थानों के समग्र प्रशासन में विशेष रूप से तृतीयक संस्थानों में प्रक्रियाओं में नागरिकों के विभिन्न वर्गों की अधिक से अधिक भागीदारी के साथ लोगों के नेतृत्व वाले शासन और शिकायत निवारण के तंत्र स्थापित करने की आवश्यकता है। स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं अधिकार अधिनियम स्वास्थ्य और सेहत मानव जीवन का केंद्र है। स्वास्थ्य देखभाल के अलावा यह जीवन के उन सभी आयामों को शामिल करता है जिनका हमारे शारीरिक, मानसिक, सामाजिक और आध्यात्मिक स्वास्थ्य, आजीविका, काम की परिस्थिति, आय, सुरक्षा, भोजन तक पहुंच रहने की तो साथियों, ये प्रस्ताव हमारा है आपके बीच।
So, friends, the resolutions have been read. This particular on the RG car thing, the resolution has been read both in English and Hindi. And as informed earlier, if anybody has anything about any of the resolutions, please send the details to your state general secretary. It will be passed on to the national general secretary, and then there will be a discussion in the AC, and this can be converted to a position paper and uploaded, including all the queries that come in. So thank you. Now this resolution on RG car is put for approval, and please show your. Thank you all. So.
Gender and social justice. History testifies the presence of social discrimination in Indian society. In terms of caste, class and gender, this has made an impact on the social fabric of the Indian society, whereby the exploited sections have been systematically pushed to the periphery by the privileged. With India's independence, the women and the Dalits, equal participants in the freedom struggle, had hope for emancipation from shackles of century-old oppressive system. Even after 75 years of independence, the caste and the patriarchy still have strongholds in the lives of Dalits and women. Women are exploited at different levels as workers and as citizens. The Dalits are subjected to untouchability and other forms of discrimination despite these being unlawful. 19th century reform movement, freedom movement, Dalit movement and the women movements after the independence had played a significant role in awakening of these sections. But growing consciousness among Dalits and women for emancipation is sought to be met with brutal oppression and atrocities. The assertion by Dalits and women have a democratic content reflecting the aspirations of the most oppressed sections of the society. The backward caste are also asserting their rights in the caste-ridden society. To consolidate these aspirations and assertion, the identity politics is making inroads in this section. It deviates them to play an affirmative role in the strengthening of Indian democracy. People's science movement can play a role by associating itself with the aspirational ethos of these communities, raising their consciousness. Dr. Ambedkar Amishai of deprived sections also believed that science could force the democratization by making knowledge accessible to those who were previously excluded by casteism. He emphasized the use of reason and evidence in all areas of life. AIPSN resolves in the 18th All India People Science Congress to work for the cause of gender and social justice. I will only read it in English. No?
So, friends, Komal had read the resolution on gender and social justice. So, I see AIPSN seeks your approval on this resolution. Thank you.
अगला का प्रस्ताव है हमारे विप्लव भाई रखेंगे फिलिस्तीन पे, किस तरह से फिलिस्तीन पे हमला कर रहा है और एक कितना कठिन है वो आप समझ सकते हैं। इसी पे हम लोग प्रस्ताव रखने जा रहे हैं।
Good afternoon. I will just read out that the resolution on the Palestine issue. AIPSN strongly condemns the ongoing Israeli ethnic cleansing and genocidal military assault on the Palestinian people in Gaza, taking advantage of the horrific attack by Hamas and killing of non-combatants inside Israel on October 7, 2023. The Palestinian people have been living for decades under continuously expanding Israeli occupation. Gaza, once called the world's largest open prison, has now become the largest refugee camp. About 2 million people in Gaza, or the 90% of its population, are internally displaced persons by the UN estimates. Almost all habitation as well as physical and social infrastructure in Gaza have been deliberately destroyed by the Israeli military attacks. Trapped between the Israeli-controlled land borders and the sea, Palestinian people are being massacred by the repeated Israeli bombardment, including in so-called safe zones. The Gazan health authorities have declared over 45,000 deaths, but this number reflects only those who die in hospitals. Whereas over 200,000 non-combatants, with 70% being women and children, are being believed to be have perished. Palestinians also face death due to the total Israeli blockade and denial of food, drinking, water, sanitation, electricity, and even essential medicines. Humanitarian aid convoys are prevented from entry. Gaza is on the verge of famine, with almost half of the population and 2/3 of the infants are being severely malnourished. Hospitals have been deliberately bombarded, with now barely one functional hospital in the whole of Gaza, with barely any medical supplies. UN and other international aid agencies have been targeted by Israeli military action, forcing many to stop operations in Gaza. All these Israeli action amount to genocide, as being by the Genocide Convention and International Criminal Court, which has issued arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Hamas commander Mahmoud Deif, and for war crimes and crime against humanity. Israel also used the war to expand and consolidate its occupation in Palestine lands. Israel has built large settlements in occupied territories, annexed many areas, including those violence and killings by the settlers and right-wing militias, in what it termed as settler colonialism. Palestinians living in occupied territories are denied various rights. In a landmark ruling in July 2024, International Court of Justice has ruled that Israeli occupation, settlements, annexations, and use of natural resources are unlawful and constitute internationally prohibited racial segregation and apartheid. Israel also annexed areas in Lebanon and Golan Heights in Syria back in 1967, has now extended its land grab by bombarding numerous villages in South Lebanon to create an Israeli occupied belt, and by occupying a formerly internationally recognized buffer zone between Golan Heights well into Syria after the fall of Assad regime. Israel is now establishing itself as a hegemon in West Asia with active support of USA. Israel is violating with impunity repeated resolutions of the United Nations, calling for immediate cessation of settlements, withdrawal from occupied territories, and ceasefire in Gaza. As a science movement, AIPSN also condemns the gross abuse of science and technology by Israel in its genocidal assault in Gaza and its expansionism. Israel is using AI-based system to identify buildings for so-called precision strikes, but it has acknowledged that algorithm could have a 90% error in identifying the presence of combatants. In other words, 90 civilians killed in every 10 combatants, a ratio Israel describes as acceptable. Israel also used bunker buster bombs, causing damage over a large area, internationally decried cluster mutations, and possibly even white phosphorus, according to international observers. Israel's use of remotely triggered pagers and walkie-talkies in Lebanon and Syria, which injured more than 3,500 people, including numerous non-combatants, is also clear violation of humanitarian law prohibiting booby traps that could have harmed civilians. Israeli targeting of hospitals, health centers, schools, colleges have decimated educational, scientific, and intellectual capabilities of entire generations of Palestinians. Scientists and academic bodies the world over condemn these inhuman actions of the Israeli militarists occupying an apartheid state. Academic institutions, notably in Europe, have been withdrawing from the collaboration with Israeli institutions and academics. In response to mounting public pressure, several companies in the US and Europe have withdrawn investments from Israel and have cut Israeli out of their supply chains. Along with the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement, these measures are part of the international campaign to isolate Israeli apartheid state so as to pressure it to change its way in the same manner as successfully done to apartheid South Africa. AIPSN resolves to join this campaign to isolate Israel, demand Israeli withdrawal from occupied territories of Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, and build support for a two-state solution with an independent, sovereign Palestine with Jerusalem as capital and right to return of Palestine refugees. AIPSN deplores the stand taken by India directly or indirectly supporting Israel in many recent votes in UN General Assembly. AIPSN resolves to join forces with other like-minded groups to build pressure on Indian government to return to India's traditional policy of supporting Palestinian people and the two-state solution.
So Biplab just read out the resolution about the Palestine issue, and AIPSN requests that it be put for approval now. Thank you.
अगले प्रस्ताव बहुल्यवाद पर हमारे नरेश भाई रखेंगे। इनके बाद स्कूल एजुकेशन पे अनीता दी आएंगे मंच पे।
दोस्तों, जो प्रस्ताव on pluralism you get in English, it's somehow print is not complete. It's shortened, but it's full. I will read here in full text. In हिंदी में ये पूरा मिला है आप सबको। अंग्रेजी में ये थोड़ा प्रिंटिंग का एक इशू था, पूरा नहीं मिला था, उसको हम दोबारा आपको दे देंगे। तो प्रस्ताव है, आज से लगभग 50 साल पहले कन्नड़ भाषा के महान आधुनिक कवि केवंपु ने अपनी प्रसिद्ध रचना विचार क्रांति के आह्वान में लोगों को संदेश दिया था कि वे धर्म, जाति, पंथ, लिंग आदि विषयों पर मतभेदों को त्याग कर समानता, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों और मानवीय गरिमा का अनुमोदन करने वाली परिचर्चाओं में भाग ले, क्योंकि यही वे बुनियादी जीवन मूल्य हैं जो मनुष्य को बंधन मुक्त विश्व मानव बनाने की ओर ले जाते हैं। हम भारत के लोग, जिन्हें तर्कशील भारतीय के रूप में जाना जाता है, के परिवेश में विविध बहसों और विमर्शों के कई सूत्र हैं जो हमारे भारत को विविध विचारों Okay, everything is safe now, please. प्लीज यहाँ ध्यान दीजिए, ये प्रस्ताव बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रस्ताव है हमारा। वो सेफ है, वो कुर्सी गिर गई थी बस, शुक्रिया। तो मैं इसको आगे लेके जा रहा हूँ। जो हमारे भारत के विविध विचारों, जीवन अभ्यासों का एक समृद्ध ताना बाना बनाते हैं। भारत की एक समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत का विकास दक्षिण एशिया भौगोलिक क्षेत्र में हुआ, जहाँ कृषि उपयोगी जलवायुीय परिस्थितियों की व्यापक विविधता है। जीवन के लिए इन असंख्य प्रकार की प्राकृतिक परिस्थितियों से हमारे लोगों के संघर्ष ने विविध अभ्यासों को जन्म दिया है, जो पृथ्वी पर मौजूद परिस्थितियों द्वारा निर्देशित थे और जिन्होंने धर्म, विश्वास और दर्शन का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाले विभिन्न विचारों के विकास की खिड़कियां खोली हैं। जीवन के उतार चढ़ाव बहुधा विभिन्न समाजों के अंतर संबंधों में शत्रुतापूर्ण टकराव पैदा करते हैं, किंतु धीरे धीरे शांति के लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त करते हैं। अलग अलग समाजों के अंतर संबंधों की विविधता एक दूसरे पर अपनी छाप छोड़ती है। इन अंतर संबंधों का प्रभाव हमारे संगीत, कला, नृत्य, नाटक, भाषाओं, साहित्य, दर्शन पे मिलता है। हमारा आधुनिक भारत अपनी विरासत के लिए युगों की यात्रा के दौरान विकसित हुआ है। उन्हीं विभिन्न धाराओं का ऋणी है। यह वही बहुलतावाद है जिसे हमने विरासत में पाया है। भारतीय संस्कृति में बहुलतावाद का उद्गम उन शक्तियों और लोगों से भी हुआ जो बाहर से आए। इनमें से कुछ आक्रांत थे जो लूट का माल लेकर वापस चले गए। इन आक्रमणकारी सेनाओं के साथ कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे जो यहाँ का ज्ञान लेकर लौट गए, तो कुछ ऐसे भी थे जो सुदूर देशों का नया ज्ञान लाकर स्थायी रूप से यहीं बस गए। इस प्रकार भारत का वह गणित और खगोल विज्ञान जिसके अग्रदूत आर्यभट्ट थे, फारस, समरकंद और अरब देशों में जाकर और भी समृद्ध हुआ। दूसरी ओर हमें यूनानियों की गांधार की वास्तुकला, चीनियों के रेशम, अरबों के कागज़ बनाने की कला जो उन्होंने चीनियों से सीखी थी, फारसियों से आईनाकारी और मीनाकारी की कलाएं मिली। हमने इस्पात बनाने का ज्ञान जिसे सबसे पहले प्राचीन भारतीय कबीलाई समाजों ने खोज किया था, पश्चिम एशिया को दिया। यह मानना भी इतिहास विरुद्ध होगा कि इन विदेशी हमलों से पहले भारतीय समाज पूरी तरह से फूट से मुक्त एक सामंजस्यपूर्ण समाज था। इस बात का सशक्त प्रमाण है कि बंगाल के हिंदू राजा शशांक ने निर्ममतापूर्वक बौद्ध विहारों को कुचला। बौद्ध सम्राट हर्षवर्धन ने भी अहिंसा के सिद्धांत से समझौता करके युद्ध के जरिए अपने विस्तारवादी लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया। कल्हण द्वारा रचित राजतंत्रगिणी में बल प्रयोग के उन अनेक तरीकों का वर्णन है जिनका अफगानों, तुर्कों और मंगोलों के हमलों से काफ़ी पहले से ही भारतीय शासक इस्तेमाल करते थे। इस प्रकार इतिहास की गलतियों के दुरुस्तीकरण के लिए इतिहास के पुनरावलेखन का कोई भी प्रयत्न भारत के विचार के विरुद्ध होगा। संभवतः इसी खतरे को पहचानते हुए ही भारत के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने 12 दिसंबर 2024 के अपने अंतरिम आदेश में प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 को चुनौती देने वाली ताज़ा अर्जियां दाखिल करने पर अस्थायी रोक लगाई है। 18वीं अखिल भारतीय जन विज्ञान कांग्रेस इस प्रस्ताव द्वारा जिम्मेदारी लेती है कि भारत के जन इतिहास जो पूछो क्यों के लिए भी जगह बनाता है कि वस्तुपरक ब्यौरे, ऑब्जेक्टिव डिटेल्स ब्यौरे के साथ लोगों तक पहुँचें। इस प्रस्ताव द्वारा हमारा लक्ष्य है कि विविधतापूर्ण भारत के समावेशी संस्कृति के विचार को लोगों तक पहुंचाकर उन्हें एकताबद्ध किया जाए ताकि वे अपनी प्रगति के रास्ते में आने वाली बाधाओं को पार करने में सक्षम हो। इस उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति के लिए हमारा एक प्रमुख काम होगा एक दूसरे की संस्कृति को समझना, उसका सम्मान करना, उन ताकतों को हराना जो एक देश, एक धर्म, एक भाषा का पाठ पढ़ाती हैं। इसी तरह अपने पड़ोसी देशों के प्रति अपना रुख तय करने में अखिल भारतीय जन विज्ञान नेटवर्क भारत के लोगों से अपील करता है कि वे सांप्रदायिक, अति राष्ट्रवादी, युद्धोन्मादी दुष्प्रचार से बचें। उदाहरण के लिए बांग्लादेश में हाल में हुई घटनाओं से उपजी समस्याओं का हल बातचीत द्वारा करने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दें। ये प्रस्ताव है।
On this very important issue of plurality, Naresh has just read the resolution. AAPS and request that it be put for approval. Yeah, thank you.
अब हम लोग के बीच अनीता रामपाल जी स्कूल एजुकेशन पे प्रस्ताव रखेंगे।
साथियों, मैं एक हिस्सा हिंदी में पढ़ के दूसरा हिस्सा अंग्रेजी में पढ़ूंगी। स्कूली शिक्षा और साक्षरता। सत्ताधारी दल के व्यापक राजनीतिक एजेंडे के तहत केंद्र सरकार नई शिक्षा नीति NEP 2020 को लागू कर रही है। इसका जन विरोधी नव उदारवादी आर्थिक एजेंडा कल्याणकारी राज्य को खत्म करने, संघीय ढांचे की अवहेलना, संवैधानिक अधिकारों को कमजोर करने और हमारे गणतंत्र की धर्मनिरपेक्ष, बहुलतावादी, बहुसांस्कृतिक बुनियाद को तोड़ने की कोशिश करने का काम कर रही है। अखिल भारतीय जनविज्ञान नेटवर्क AIPSN तथा अन्य लोकतांत्रिक और प्रगतिशील संगठनों ने NEP 2020 की विनाशकारी प्रकृति की तरफ लगातार इशारा किया है, जो संघवाद यानी राज्यों की स्वायत्तता और अधिकार और शिक्षा की समवर्ती स्थिति पर गंभीर प्रभाव डालती है और केंद्रीकरण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करती है, निजीकरण और व्यवसायीकरण को बढ़ावा देती है और शिक्षा की पहुंच को कम करती है। सभी स्तरों पर सरकार की जिम्मेदारी को कम करती है और शिक्षा को सांप्रदायिक और विकृत करती है। हजारों सरकारी स्कूलों को बंद और मर्ज करने का उन्हें निजी संस्थानों को दे देने के लिए नीति आयोग ने व्यवहार्यता और कार्यदक्षता एफिशिएंसी के तर्कों का उपयोग किया है। NEP 2020 मुफ्त और अनिवार्य शिक्षा यानी RTE कानून के अनुसार राज्य के संवैधानिक दायित्वों का उल्लंघन करती है। शिक्षक पद की लाखों रिक्तियों को और सरकारी शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों को उनकी कमी को, इसके बावजूद ये शिक्षकों की नियुक्तियों या सार्वजनिक शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण के लिए धन आवंटन पर चुप है। A new school structure, 5+3+3+4, a uniform curriculum in the National Curriculum Framework 2023, and national assessments under Parak or NTA curb the constitutional role of states to make education responsive to India's cultural, social, and linguistic diversity. This leads to alienation and exclusion of the majority. Centrally sponsored schemes such as Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan are used to restrict states under the supervision of central agencies for examinations, for admissions, for setting standards, for funding and assessment. The National Institute of Open Schooling and national TV channels push for uniformity, presenting a threat to the social and democratic premise of school education. Centralized university admission through online tests has disadvantaged students from state boards, reduced diversity, and promoted the coaching industry. Centralized tests and detention at grade 3, 5, and 8, along with early vocational education, will affect and exclude students belonging to socio-economically marginalized families. A centralized curriculum through so-called model schools in states is an attempt at distorting and communalizing education. The questionable content under so-called Indian knowledge system and a flawed, divisive depiction of history is taking India back from its constitutional vision of a humanist education system to nurture scientific temper and democratic values of equity and justice. The concept of continuing or lifelong education has been diluted in its purpose and delivery. With online transaction of digital primers and the legacy of collective responsibility and the campaigns for literacy for social transformation, this legacy has been abandoned, reducing it to individual responsibility of the learners and its dismantling institutional mechanisms like state resource centers. From the experience of 4 years of the implementation of NEP 2020 and its impact on the ground, the 18th All India People's Science Congress voices the concerns of the marginalized and demands the withdrawal of NEP 2020. We call for a policy based on constitutional federalism and the guiding principles of the preamble of secularism, fraternity, democracy, liberty, equality, and social justice across its visions of structures, of educational administrations, of educational actors, the curricula, pedagogy, and assessments. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, please. There are changes, sir. So people have mentioned. As I mentioned earlier, kindly write down the observations that you have and pass it on to the General Secretary of your state. And General Secretary of the PSM of state will pass it on to the Asha Mishra, General Secretary of APSM. So then these can be incorporated and put as a position paper and uploaded. So that is the idea. Yes, that's what I am saying. Kindly write down your observation and pass it on to the state secretary so that it can be included. That's the thing. So any changes, any additional suggestions which you notice, please write it down and send it to your state general secretary who can pass it on to when I say write it down, it can be by WhatsApp also. Just send something so it can be in written form. The next, the resolution by school education was done. Now is put for approval, please. Thank you. Thank you. So the next resolution is to be read out by Pramod Gauri on higher education, and after that it's on Indian knowledge system by Vivek Montiro. I request Vivek Montiro to come on stage.
I will read the resolution in English. A resolution on the impact of NEP 2020 in higher education and research. NEP 2020 fails in all stated goals in higher education and research, need a review and complete revocation. Many of the opposition ruled states have not either implemented or partially adopted the NEP, which shows their reluctance and struggle to implement. Even the states by ruling party could not implement it fully. The following data will show a light on the implementation of NEP 2020. The aim is to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education, from 26.3% to 50% by 2035. Though the goal sets a long period, the estimated GER gross enrollment ratio for the age group 18 to 23 years in India is 28.4% in 2024. India needs 2,500 from 1,200 universities to accommodate 50% students according to Niti Aayog. But as of now, approximately 100 universities are added from 2020 to 2024, and most of them were private universities. The students are prevented from entering the higher education institutions by Central University Examination Test, entrance test, academic bank of credit, 4-year degree courses, and massive open online courses, etc. Such a slow pace will not helpful to achieve the goal. the Government of India is seriously implementing revised regulation of open and distance learning, permitting up to 40% credits of courses using Swayam platform. As of March 2024, 200 universities nationwide have rolled out a 4-year undergraduate program during the academic term of 2023-24 among 1,265 universities, including central, state, private, and deemed universities. It may double in 2024-25 academic year. Such a disparity of implementation will lead to educational imbalance. The slow pace of increase is also due to cut in budget for higher education to start new public universities and colleges. The 2024 union budget for India's higher education sector increased funding for central universities and other key institutions, while decreasing funding for the University Grant Commission and All India Council for Technical Education, which is about 70% from 2023. It is a tragic that more than 80% students are pursuing degrees in arts and science, basic courses, and the state universities are severely starved of funds, even to run day-to-day activities of paying salaries. Government of India vehemently promoting Indian knowledge system by opening 32 Indian knowledge system centers, 64 high-end interdisciplinary research projects in ancient metallurgy, ancient town planning and water resource management, ancient Rasayan Shastra, etc. Around 3,227 internships of Indian knowledge system have been offered. This will take our students to stand worthless before international education system. The union government is very particular in bulldozing the existing education structure in favor of corporate and communal forces. The corporates are hijacking the education system and trying to commodify in very many ways, and the communal forces in collusion with the ruling class freely doing their agenda of saffronization. Government of India gives pressure through UGC and governors of opposition ruled states to implement NEP 2020, negating the state's autonomy. Now about National Research Foundation. The National Research Foundation Act 2023 replaced the Science and Engineering Board Act 2008 by establishing an entity that is not fully publicly funded but dependent on corporates, philanthropic bodies and international foundations for funds. It is centralized in decision making via the Prime Minister as ex officio President and the Union Ministers of Science and Technology and Education as ex officio Vice Presidents, and controlling the directions of academic research across disciplines and domain of application. The original rationale of National Research Foundation was to redirect the flow of funds to the state universities to strengthen them as academic institutions. The centralization of funding, lack of academic oversight, not addressing the existing structural problems, privatization of funding in National Research Foundation Act needs re-examination and a thorough open scrutiny by the scientific community. The consequences of centralization and privatization of publicly funded research and development would lead to arrest of multiple sources of initiatives. The science and technology landscape will experience a reduction in diversity and pluralism and a decline in the quantity of objective and reflexive research. It will lead to unevenness and concentration of research in a fewer institutions. National Research Foundation will be able to provide research support to the missions of societal importance and show a bias in favor of shorter term missions. The National Research Foundation would not be able to support the lagging regions. AIPSN resolves to have an higher education system with access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability, with more public funding, and demands secular and scientific education for the development of the country. It also resolves that National Research Foundation Act 2023 be withdrawn for re-examination by the Union government. That's all.
This resolution on higher education is put for approval to the GC. Thank you all. So the next resolution will be on Indian knowledge system by Vivek Montiro, and after that on self-reliance by Dinesh Abral. I request Dinesh Abral to be on stage, and with this will be after the self-reliance resolution is done, all the resolutions that have been completed, and we can move on to the next part. Thank you.
इस विषय का जो प्रस्ताव है, इस पर मेरे से पहले अलग अलग प्रस्ताव में इसके बारे में कुछ मुद्दे आए हैं। प्रज्वल जी, नरेश जी, अनीता जी, प्रमोद जी, सभी के प्रस्तावों में इसका जिक्र हुआ है। So I will now read this resolution in English, and the subject has already been covered many of these aspects in the earlier resolutions. In recent years, including as part of its National Education Policy 2020, the ruling establishment has laid great emphasis on indigenous and traditional knowledge and Indian knowledge systems. Compulsory as well as optional courses and degrees have been introduced at the undergraduate and postgraduate level. Centers for ITK and IKS have also been established in various prominent institutes of higher learning. On the face of it, there is no problem with rediscovering or reviving ancient or even more contemporary knowledge possessed and practiced by different communities in India, which may have been forgotten over time or may only be available with isolated groups. However, what is being done under NEP and otherwise is completely different and has different motivations. The ITK and IKS being promoted now is a deliberate distortion of the content and history of pre-modern knowledge systems in India, especially in science, an attempt to foist a mythologized narrative of a solely Indian, world's oldest and globally superior knowledge system. This mythic ITK and IKS is rooted exclusively in a concocted narrative of the Vedic Sanskritic tradition, which has been suppressed and neglected by Islamic invaders and Western colonizers. These projections of the properties of Indian ITK and IKS are incorrect, ahistorical, and convey a totally erroneous understanding of how human knowledge, notably in science, has been shaped over the millennia and what characterizes modern science. We had a special plenary session on that yesterday. This mythic ITK, this falsified, mythologized idea of first and best in the world ancient ITK and IKS has led not only to fantasy claims about ancient Indian science and technology, such as in vitro fertilization, internet in the age of Mahabharat, or interplanetary spacecraft many thousand years ago, but unfortunately to denial of subjects like Darwinian evolution in favor of Dashavatar in school textbooks. Unearthing and revealing ancient Indian knowledge and philosophy, mostly rooted in Vedic Sanskritic traditions, is itself not a new venture. It was initiated as a part of a revolt against British colonialism almost 2 centuries ago by some Indian intellectuals and Western Indologists seeking to dispute Western claims to civilizational superiority. Fighting that battle now, 75 years after independence, shows a continued unhealthy obsession with Western thought rather than confidently marching forward with today's knowledge. Many Indian scholars and institutions, notably in the progressive scientific tradition, have worked to document and study the history of ancient and medieval knowledge in India. And many valuable books and documents are available on the subject. For example, the writings of Devi Prasad Chattopadhyay. AIPSN too is fully aware of and has itself published material recognizing the great and often pioneering contributions in science, particularly in mathematics and astronomy, by scholars in ancient India. AIPSN also lauds the celebrated techniques and products from India relating to iron and steel or zinc extracting from ores, while noting that these originated in artisanal and tribal knowledge and practices rather than from Sanskritic, Brahminic textual studies. A fact not duly acknowledged in the ITK literature of the establishment. AIPSN has also studied the limitations, if any, of ancient and medieval knowledge in relation to modern science and the reasons for the same. That was also the subject of the talks yesterday. It must be noted that significant contributions have been made in science and mathematics by scholars from Jain and Buddhist traditions. In medicine, besides Ayurveda, other important treatment systems have also emerged, such as Siddha, Unani in the medieval period, Swarikpa in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, and numeral folk systems. The ITK being propagated deliberately omits the many knowledge and techniques contributed by artisans from West and Central Asia and their descendants in India, and even by other Indian scholars and artisans during that period, which belie the motivated allegation that invaders destroyed indigenous knowledge. Some of these things have been described in very good serials like Bharat Ki Chhap or the work of Shyam Benegal, Bharat Ek Khoj. These are things which are very contemporary. Even in the Vedic Sanskritic traditions of ancient India, much knowledge production was never purely Indian, but emanated through considerable exchange of knowledge with other cultures, such as Greece, Rome, Persia, Central Asia, China, and many Arab centers of learning. This is clear even in the writings of famed Sanskritic scholars of the 5th century or earlier. In Indian scholarship, especially in mathematics and astronomy, was renowned, duly acknowledged, and widely disseminated through translations into Arabic and thence into Latin and into Europe. AIPSN strongly believes that science and other branches of knowledge are the collective and cumulative contribution of all humanity, and no culture or civilization can or should claim superiority as Europe did for so long, and what establishment zealots are doing in India today. The last paragraph is important. AIPSN resolves to reach out to students, teachers, the academic community within or outside educational and other institutions, and also resolves to actively place this understanding before the people in general in different forms and media, supported by its own material and by evidence compiled by scholars from India and abroad. Already this year, the calendars have been produced by Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad, by Lok Vidyan Sangatana. Last year, calendars were produced by Jana Vidyan Vedike and by AIPSL itself. So a very good response has been there, and this kind of thing we need to do on a wide scale in all languages all over the country. So with this, I place this resolution for your approval.
Vivek has just read out the resolution on the Indian audit systems. It's put for approval. So thank you all. The next and final resolution will be on the self-reliance by Dinesh Abrol.
Friends, we are half an hour late, and then I'm sure all of you will also be wanting to go for lunch. But our 4 speakers have already arrived and they have been sitting with us here, and I really do not want to read the resolution as a result. That's number 1. Number 2, I just want to present it in terms of 5 ideas that this particular resolution contains. It needs to contain many more ideas. In fact, as far as the question of self-reliance is concerned, those ideas will have to be included, and I expect all of you to read the resolution and actually add to the resolution. Point number 2. Point number 3. Let me read out the basic ideas which present rather than those ideas, what those 5 ideas or 6 ideas are in this particular resolution. See, self-reliance was one of the pillars upon which independent India commenced its journey of post-independence period. This journey was aimed to provide the nation with economic independence, our people with the basic necessities of life, and to create a vibrant culture wedded to egalitarian development, addressing the demands of the citizens for livelihoods. What has happened in the recent times is that self-reliance is sought to be now achieved through Make in India program and the Skill India development program. And Make in India program essentially is now is being implemented by inviting multinational corporations or the large monopoly houses to actually undertake the job. Initially, as you know, public sector was the leader and in the commanding heights, which actually has whatever today manufacturing is there, whatever exports are even taking place, all of them were the creation of that very public sector. And the public sector has been undermined. That's the first point that this particular resolution brings out. Then it brings out the consequences of this change that has happened. And it shows that the growing gap between the targets and the achievements is evident. It aimed at a GDP share of manufacturing sector in the next 10 years to grow. It has not grown. It was supposed to create 100 million industrial jobs, 10 crore jobs, which has not been possible. The outcome is seen to be also in the area of import dependence. Import dependence has grown. Out of 124 sectors, this idea is not included, 107 sectors are today importing more than 60% of its value, meaning only 40% is produced there. All the items amounting to 60% of the value are under import. We are not importing only office and electronic equipment, we are also importing resources like coal, so on, etc., oil seeds, pulses, and so on. It's really era that one can say where not one, on the one hand, import dependence has grown, on the other hand, industrial monopolies and intellectual monopolies have grown. Yeah, I'm making it short. Good. So it shows the consequences. And the last, the point that is it, this scenario had started already emerging even before the COVID. It is not that only the COVID period in which we experienced a loss. The AIPSN observes that simply leaving it to policy tweaks to the private sector and its R&D does not serve the purpose. Aim to make India into a manufacturing hub for silicon-based chips have not seen the light of the day simply because of inadequacy of infrastructure and human resources with suitable skills. The AIPSN emphasizes the need to overhaul the approach and resolve towards that task by generating public debate with mass participation. And my recommendation from at this end is that we meet in January middle to actually online we can meet to decide how are we going to actually pursue these resolutions, and that is my suggestion, and I hope the chair of the resolution group will actually try to see how it can be followed up. Thank you very much, comrades.
Friends, the self-reliant resolution was put by Dinesh with all the things he said. It's put for approval. Thank you. So we will, I request Pramod Gauri to give his concluding remarks.
We have passed 12 resolutions in the sessions, and the subjects taken up for these resolutions, some of the subjects were that are really those in which we are working, subjects or areas like education and health, agriculture and livelihood, etc. Some of the areas in which we are not directly working, that is problem of Palestine and Indian knowledge system, etc. We are not, although we are not working, but these subjects and issues are very, very important for us. So we selected 12 subjects or areas, whatever you can say. There could be more also, but the main objective of this passing of the resolutions is that we should take up this resolution as a resource material for our exercises or for our tasks to be done in these states, various states. These resolutions had been prepared with support of experts and resource persons, those who are who do have a sufficient and substantial knowledge on the subjects. So we convey our sincere thanks to the resource persons and those who have given their support and valuable ideas to prepare these resolutions. And on behalf of EC, AIPSN EC, I would like to thank you all for listening these resolutions and endorsing these resolutions and passing these resolutions. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Now we will move on to the valedictory session. I request Komal Shivastav and Prajwal to come on stage.
Friends, the formal valedictory session will start after a few minutes. There is a choreography which will be performed by the science activists of PBVM. This is around 7 minutes choreography. And after that, the formal inauguration of the valedictory program will start.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello.
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 Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
একটু হল এফেক্ট দেওয়া যাবে এটাতে হালকা
Hello. 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 Hello.
শুরু করবে বলে নাও রেডি বলে নাও কোনটা নাকি বলেছ
Hello. Hello.
রেডি
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. മനുഷ്യൻ മതങ്ങളെ സൃഷ്ടിച്ചു മതങ്ങൾ ദൈവങ്ങളെ സൃഷ്ടിച്ചു മനുഷ്യനും മതങ്ങളും ദൈവങ്ങളും കൂടി മണ്ണു പങ്കുവച്ചു മനസ്സു പങ്കുവച്ചു मनुष्य धर्म बनाए धर्म में देव देवी लाए मनुष्य धर्म देव देवी मिलकर समाज को टुकड़े बनाए कौम में बांट गए മനുഷ്യൻ മതങ്ങളെ സൃഷ്ടിച്ചു हिंदुआई मुसलमानाई क्रिस्टियानियाई नम्मलि कंडलियरियादाई लोगम रांदलयमाई हिंदू एलो मुसलमान एलो क्रिस्टान एलो फिर मिले जब दिल में दरार आई, संसार माया भ्रमित हुई। आयरा मानव हृदयंगल आयुधा पुरगलाई। ദൈവം ദൈവം തെരുവിൽ മാറിക്കുന്നു, ചെകുതാൻ ചിരുക്കുന്നു. മനുഷ്യൻ മതങ്ങളെ സൃഷ്ടിച്ചു.
Vedas make the world worthy for million children. Vedas fill it with green gold rim and corn grain. इस दुनिया को करोड़ बच्चों के लिए उपयोगी भूमि करना, हमें प्यार से हरिया सुनाओ सुंदर अरमा में भरना. এই পৃথিবীকে কোটি শিশু পাই উপযোগী ভূমি গড়িবা, আমরা এ দুনিয়াকে সবুজ সোনায় করি স্বপ্ନରେ ভরিবা. এই পৃথিবীকে কোটি শিশুদের উপযোগী ভূমি গড়ব, আমরা এই দুনিয়াকে সবুজে সোনায় সুরে স্বপ্নে ও সুন্দরে ভরব. Literacy breaks the sect and division, science be our religion. Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Jain, Christian, make us up brethren. सारे वर्ण भित्तोरे वर्ण का परिचय, विज्ञान तोड़े सारे लोकाचार संस्कार. हिंदू मुसलमान सिख जैन क्रिश्चियन सभी आके सभी हाथ धरना. इस पृथ्वी के कोटि शिशुদের উপযোগী ভূমি গড়ব, আমরা এই দুনিয়াকে সবুজে সোনায় সুরে স্বপ্নে ও সুন্দরে ভরব.
We'll feed the hungry children of Iraq, Arab, Palestine, Koraput. Let us be aid of all handicapped, none is a slave or servant.
हम इथियोपिया अरब कोरापुट में हजारों बच्चों के हंसी. हम है प्रत्याशा प्रतिबंध के लिए नाम न करना दासी. এই পৃথিবীকে কোটি শিশুদের উপযোগী ভূমি গড়ব, আমরা এই দুনিয়াকে সবুজে সোনায় সুরে স্বপ্নে সুন্দরে ভরব.
We
want environment as a right, food, cloth, home, health, education. We will fight the war monster with the sword of knowledge. শান্ত পরিবেশ আমার প্রতিজ্ঞা, অন্ন বস্ত্র স্বাস্থ্য শিক্ষা জ্ঞান का हथियार নিয়ে হবে সব যুদ্ধ असुर से लड़ना. এই পৃথিবীকে কোটি শিশুদের উপযোগী ভূমি গড়ব, আমরা এই দুনিয়াকে সবুজে সোনায় সুরে স্বপ্নে সুন্দরে ভরব. इस दुनिया को करोड़ बच्चों के लिए उपयोगी भूमि गढ़ना, हमें इन्हीं प्यार से हरिया सुनाओ सुर सुंदर अरमा में भरना. Let us make the world worthy for million children. Let us fill it with green golden and corn grain.
साथियों, ये 4 दिन का अपना AIPSC बहुत अच्छा और बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ है और आज हम इसके आखिरी सत्र पे आए हैं और ये विश्वास लेके कि आगे हम और काम अपना और बेहतर तरीके से करेंगे। ये जो मुश्किल वक्त है उसमें तो मैं ये सत्र हम ये जो हमारा वैलिडेटरी सत्र है इसको हम अभी शुरू करेंगे। तो मैं प्राज्वल जी को बुलाती हूँ कि वो स्पीकर्स को मंच पे बुलाएं।
मैं आज के इनवाइटेड स्पीकर्स को स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहती हूँ। पहले राम रामस्वामी, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हैदराबाद, प्रोफेसर ऑफ डायनामिक लैब, IIT Delhi, and also somebody who has striven for equity within the science enterprise. Ram Ramaswamy. I would like to invite Malini Bhattacharya, former MP of the Lok Sabha. I would like to invite our Ramanujam, scientist in the Indian Mathematical Sciences Institute, also our Sathi from TNSF. I'd like to invite ND Jayaprakash, co-convener, Bhopal Gyas Peedit Sangharsh Sahayog Samiti and Joint Secretary of Delhi Science Forum. We will now have the release of a souvenir. I would request Shamal Chakrabarti and Pradeep Mahapatra to please come on stage. We will now have the release of the souvenir. अब souvenir का release हो रहा है।
Just a small but very important announcement. We will provide a single copy of the souvenir to each member organization of AIPSN. So just after the end of the valedictory program, I will request you to be present here and collect the souvenir. Thank you.
Thank you. I now request Ram Ramaswamy to share his thoughts with us.
Friends, let me start by thanking the organization and everyone for this opportunity to share some thoughts. What is nice is that almost everything that I had planned to say has been said in one or the other of the resolutions. As somebody who has been in the area of higher education in our country for the last 40 or so years, what has happened with this NEP 2020 to destroy the very fabric of what has, Dinesh? The NEP 2020 has set us back by such a huge amount that I think that we will only realize it in time to come. And one thing that I have been struck with and I want to share with you is that in addition to our burgeoning population and all the other reasons for why we need to have good education, there is one fact that is not always acknowledged. When we got independence in 1947, our life expectancy, the average Indian life expectancy was 30, 35 years. Today it is almost 70. This is not because of any great work that we have done over here. It is because in general things have happened. Vaccines have been developed, drugs have been developed. So our population having gone up by a factor of 3, from 400 million to 1400 million, and the fact that we are living twice as long makes the urgency of education even more. There are many, many more of us. There are 3 times as many of us, and we are all living approximately twice as long. 70 years without education is a horrible way to live, and even today, as the statistics were pointed out, even today we have children who were born after 1977 who are illiterate. The fact is that this illiteracy, poor education, and the lack of education is a bigger burden on our population than is normally just acknowledged. It's not that these are not productive people of society. This is a severe hampering to our growth. There is no Atmanirbhar Bharat that is possible with a population that is so large and so undereducated. One of the worst things about the NEP, as many of the speakers and many of the resolutions have noted, is this extreme fondness for over-centralization. All the bodies, education was always on a concurrent list. And with the NEP, the validity of that concurrency is being removed slowly. Not slowly, it's being removed very fast, because with the kind of resolutions that have gone into the NEP, it is impossible for state universities and state bodies to actually implement many of these policies that are there without violating. You cannot satisfy the needs of a state and the center always together. So this over-centralization, the formation of these new bodies, and particularly of this Anusandhan Research Foundation, National Research Foundation, these all spell a certain kind of doom for education at the grassroots level, education at the state level. The ANRF, as has been noted, is just the Science Education and Research Board in a slightly different way, except for one very crucial and very important factor. 50,000 crores was announced for the ANRF in a 5-year period. But 70% of that funds is supposed to come from corporate donors, corporate or other kinds of donors. Apart from the fact that there has been no history of corporate donation for research money in our country, it's also a telling point that if any big company, and two of the biggest ones that we know, if they give money for research, it's a fair guess as to what kind of research they would want the person to do. Any kind of corporate funding of research is going to come with strings attached, and that is a big danger, something that really needs to be resisted, and it needs to be explicitly included in our resolutions over here against the ANRF, that corporate donation comes with corporate control, and that is something that cannot be tolerated by a people's science movement. I briefly want to talk about a very important announcement that was made earlier this month by the Prime Minister and various other bodies associated with it, which is this one nation, one subscription policy. University researchers, anybody in India needs to access journals, and this access to journals usually came through subscriptions. Now the government of India has said that there will be a one nation, one subscription. The trouble with this is that it sounds much better than what it is in actuality. One nation, one subscription would, to my educated but hopeful ears, sound something like that everybody in this country can have a subscription to a particular journal or to all the journals that are there, because the government of India has decreed it to be so. But this is not true. The government of India will pay 6,000 crores for 3 years to a group of 30 publishers. And these 30 publishers are among the most rapacious and hungry people on this planet. Their profit margins are well above many of the other typical criminals in this gang. These are companies like Elsevier, Springer Nature, and so on, where the government of India is going to give 6,000 crores, but it is not as if one nation is getting one subscription. You have to be a member of a government institution. And these 30 journals do not cover veterinary science. For example, we are standing here in a veterinary college. These 30 journals 30 publishers will not include the very places where the science that we are doing comes from. Now, 6,000 crores is a lot of money, but for a publisher, it is going to be real money. So it is no surprise that this money is going to come out of real resources of the government of India, not 70% that has been committed by some corporate entity. So what we are seeing over here is that all the subscriptions to journals is centralized. This is like being told that you will have food that is only being determined by some parliamentary committee. The menu will be decided. Everything else is going to be decided over there. Your job is to eat and digest. Maybe even that will be taken away from you. All right. But one doesn't know, because it's one nation, one toilet also. That's Anyway, my concern is that 6,000 crores is real money, and it's going away from research. We would much rather have the 6,000 crores for research and not pay to publishers, who in any case are going to give us about 80% of all their articles are already open access. The open access movement has been so strong that all these articles can be easily accessed by all of us. Why are we paying so much money for so little? We need to have, among the various debates that we need to have, we need to say that this is not just one nation with one, we have one aspiration. We have one aspiration, and that is for a better future. But this over-centralized approach that is being adopted by the NEP and its offshoots is not a way for us to go. Thank you.
I now invite Malini Bhattacharya, a former MP of the Lok Sabha.
speakers for the valedictory session on the dais, delegates, and friends. I think I've been asked here as to say a few words as a cultural activist. And I'll do that, and my presentation will be very brief, but it will be slightly anecdotal. I propose to start with an anecdote about a friend that we are all missing very sadly in this Congress, that is Professor Parthiv Basu. I think that many of you are not aware that in 2007-2008, Parthiv Basu, this very well-known academic, had done some work for the West Bengal Women's Commission. At that time, this was 2008, the Tatas had left Singur. And in the Women's Commission, we were trying to find out whether some parts of the lost livelihoods of women living in that area could be salvaged. And Parthiv, at that time with his team, did a mapping of the area. Those were very violent times, remember. He did a mapping and he did a survey of that. He gave us a very good report. It's another thing that because of the unpropitious situation, the government could not take it up. But what I'm trying to say is that that is my idea of a people's scientist. Parthiv was not just a well-known academic, a great teacher loved by all his pupils, but he was also a people scientist who was concerned about how science can change people's lives. And I think that this is where the science activist has a very close tie with the cultural activist, because culture is about the people's perception of their own lives. It's not just songs and dances and music and entertainment. It's the people's perception about their own lives, their creative expressions of their expression of it. And that is how we cultural activists also work among people. And that is what a people science activist also has to do. Of course, by the people, I mean those who create all the wealth in our society and who only enjoy a very small share of it. In the course of what I have heard this morning, these people have come in again and again. Your concern has been expressed for such people. But I think that the problem that we face today is that there seems to be some kind of a great plan on to separate science from culture, to separate people's science from people's culture. Because people's culture is thought of as something which is full of fatalism, which is full of blind superstitions. The world of the people is seen as a world of unreason, which can give them very little control over their own lives. And it is said that yes, it is the people who believed that there was a Rama temple underneath a 400-year-old mosque, and therefore the people went and tore it down. It's all very well to say this. It's all very well to say that the people, during the time of the pandemic, they helped to spread the coronavirus because they were ignorant, because they were uneducated, and because they were undisciplined. And at the same time, they started the worship of Corona Mata as someone who alone could save them from this pandemic. This is what is said about the people. But I want to ask you, is this people's culture? Are the people really deaf to reason? Is it natural for people to be irrational and vicious to one another? Or are they taught in that way? Is it the dominant culture imposed upon them which makes them regard their own lives in this way, see their own lives as something for which there is no redemption from hunger, there is no redemption from lack of work, and therefore they have to eat things that are not at all nutritious for them. That is why, you know, when there's a in the hospital, in the village hospital, there's no snake venom. Then we are told that these people are superstitious and therefore they go to the medicine man when someone is bitten by a snake. However many digital systems you may put up, you cannot do anything to remove what you call the ignorance of the people. I mean, what the people who are in the dispensation of things. You know, however many digital systems you may set up, you cannot prevent people from dying from snake bites if you don't have the necessary medicine at the rural hospitals. Now, it is my experience as a cultural activist that it is the continued deprivation of the people from their rights that has also alienated them from science. There are no schools. Whatever schools we had are closing down. And so now you say that because of superstitious families, the girls are being given away in early marriage. If there are schools in the villages, would this happen? It has been shown that it can be lessened by having a public system of education. And just once again, I told you I'm going to be anecdotal. My second anecdote is about another very dear friend and teacher, whom also we have lost recently, Professor Omiyobadji. I have been in many ways associated with him for a very long time, over a very long period. But I'm just recalling one episode from our long association. You see, in 1991, when globalization and Dunkelkraft were being discussed, at that time, the left parties were trying to take this campaign against neoliberalism, against what they saw as a new ploy of imperialism. They're trying to take this campaign to the rural outreaches, to expose its negative impact on agriculture. Now, in West Bengal, we have a group of folk artists called the Kobials, who are the rural singing poets, who represent the creative traditions of the rural poor. They're not very well educated, they're not illiterate, they're literate, but they are not formally educated, in other words. And the form is that of a verbal duel performed with the help of songs and music and dances. And they take up issues in the course of that verbal duel. So some of these Kobials came to me and they said, look, what is all this about this Dunkle uncle? Who is he? And what is he saying? If you can let us know, if you can tell us in a clear language what is meant by all this, then we too can compose some songs on them. So I had the temerity to go to Professor Bagchi, who but he, to take it up. And he agreed very sportingly, and he went with me to the far-off district of Murshidabad. And there, for a couple of hours at least, he kept this rural audience consisting of very creative people completely enthralled. There were about 50, 60 Kobials at his exposition. And it was in lucid colloquial Bengali. He explained everything about Dunkle draft. So all this that we have been hearing about the alienation of science and academics, it's not necessarily true. That gap can be bridged. That's what I'm saying. And the Kobials were so enthused. So here we have, once again, a social scientist who was, using his science to improve the lives of the people, to give them a consciousness of the world that they were living in. So, by the time that the exposition ended, the Kobials were so enthused that they immediately started composing songs on Dunkle draft and Vishwayan globalization. So this is my personal experience. So I come to my last point that I want to make. There has been a lot spoken in some of the resolutions, at least I saw. I'm sure you also discussed it in your various sessions. You see the manner in which myths are being turned into science. I think there are many examples of it. When, some examples have been given. I won't go into examples. You all know how myths are turned into science. But I'm saying that it's happening the other way around as well. That is, science itself is being turned into a mystique. Science itself is being mystified. Like, when you find, the Mahakumbha is being advertised as a place where everything is so healthy, so spick and span, everything is so modern. And what do we find? We find that at the Mahakumbha, Muslim shopkeepers are being discouraged from setting up their shops in Mahakumbha because it is felt that if their spittle lands on their wares, then it will become jutha. It will become unworthy of being taken for God's facade. So this is how, it's being done in the name of cleanliness. But what is cleanliness? This is what I mean by saying that science itself is being mystified. Look at the way in which the artificial intelligence thing is being treated. Instead of discussing how we can use it for the people, we are all the time discussing how almighty they are, how they can do everything, how they can write poetry like Rabindranath and plays like Shakespeare. We are all the time discussing that. That is not the issue at mind. We have to see how AI can be used for human good, but it is being mystified. That is what I mean by saying that science itself is being turned into a mystique, which it is difficult for people to understand. It is difficult for people even to approach science. You talk of digital classes, of increasing digital classes in NEP, and you don't have any digital network in the rural areas, in most of the places. How do you do it? That no one thinks about. But what this, I think, what the policy of the people who are in power at this point of time is dividing, just as they're dividing us up in many ways, so they're also dividing science from culture. And I think that as science activists and as culture activists, it is our responsibility, something which the Congress brings out, that we have to make a bridge over this division, however we can, and cultural activists and science activists have to get together in order to liberate ourselves from this illusion that we are above the people and we are taking something down to the people. No, it's the kind of bridges that we can build between science and culture that will show how far we can resist this big challenge that is in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malini ji. I now invite R. Ramanujam to share his thoughts with us. Ramanujam is a computer scientist who is with the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai, and Azim Premji University, and he's also our Sathi from Tamil Nadu Science Forum.
Thank you. Friends, every People's Science Congress is an occasion when we get together, we reflect on the challenges that we have, and like the resolutions that we saw, give us some renewed initiative and commitment to various things that on the PSM agenda. Now, I want to use this few minutes to add to our agenda. I think something that People's Science Movement has to include in its agenda in a very serious way in the time to come, and that is what artificial intelligence and big data are doing to us. Now, the way big data is threatening democracy and the foundations of democratic institutions, and so I think a People's Science Movement perspective is called for. We have I think some of these things will be available in Hindi and English distributed, so people can look at that data. But briefly, if you look at it, our understanding of technology is rooted in the Industrial Revolution. We look at means of production and resources and how manufacturing is done, distributed, exchanged in society. Data digital products, when you move from physical products to digital products, they are of a very different kind. Data is produced continuously, 24/7, all over the world. We are consumers of data, but at the same time we are also producers of data, and in fact we are data, right? So this blurring the distinction between product and process and what is produced and what is consumed is one of the fundamental things about data. And data is also capital. So capitalism assumes a very different form when it comes through digital platforms, and how and it also gives a way by which global capital can enter the lives of society, individual citizens directly. I mean, if you look at your mobile phone, everybody has access to a mobile phone, and you use digital products, and it directly enters your lives. Television brought this in India. We saw in the 90s how television, while our activists would be trying to sell nutritious products door to door and can't even enter rooms, television would enter living rooms and give messages. Today, it doesn't even have to do that. Social media is there, and we all voluntarily participate. And there is this myth of informed consent, which is very much part of the methodology of digital platforms. And this gives a new wave by which capitalism can produce new products and affect people's lives. There are many dimensions to look at, but I just want to mention a few. First point is that data, the way we understand it, it is not about intrusion of data or privacy that is a major issue, right? There is data persistence, data that is collected for one purpose being used for something else, that is outliving its purpose, and it is there, and how people use it, how corporations use it. Our understanding of data originally comes from the citizens providing data to the state. The state needs data from its citizens for its planning, for everything. So our understanding of data is in its relationship between the citizen and the state. But now it is no longer the state that is in control of data, it is corporations which are in control of data. And national governments are at the mercy of corporations to provide data. When our Prime Minister goes and embraces the CEO of Microsoft or Apple or whatever, it's also data sharing agreements that are at stake out here, right? Governments are at the mercy of corporations. And with the advent of artificial intelligence, another dimension gets added when you look at these large language models and how these, once again, we are talking about something like language, right? Language, we were talking about how cultural activism relates with people's activism here, right? Now, when you talk about language and when you're using language and you're entering the lives of people through that, it comes through many further symbolic forms as well that we need to think about. I don't have time to go into all these, but if we think that this is all something which is very far from the lives of the people that we are working with, let me give one instance. This is from 2017 in Kadalur, in Tamil Nadu, where farmers were agitating. And this was a drought condition. South India was going through very serious drought conditions in 2017, and the farmers were staging an agitation in front of the collector's office. The agitation was, central government had declared certain districts as drought prone, and aid was being given to certain districts. The farmers in Kadalur were not getting any assistance, and so they were protesting in front of the collectorate. The collector comes out and says, why are you people protesting? If our district had this thing, we would happily share it with our farmers. Our district hasn't got it. Now, what is the problem? Now, the collector says that according to the index that the government has developed, anybody who is above 2.2 gets benefit. We are only 1.8. Now, the adjacent district, Viluppuram district, has the facility, but not the Kadalur, the scheme. So farmers are asking, what should we do to get 2.2? Of course, you can't do anything. Farmers, there is nothing you can do to get 2.2. Then we actually went and found out, we talked to the people. It is all outsourced to some company which is sitting and doing data analysis. They use Google Earth, they use all these products. Earlier on, you could go to the block development office, sit with cadastral maps, and discuss with the block officials. Now that this thing is not possible. Some completely abstract entity is doing that, and there is nobody there to explain, nobody is there to bother. There is no, I mean, to use the government's own term, there is no accountability for this at all, right? So this is already happening. That is the point I want to make, that how big data and artificial intelligence impinges on the lives of people. When you say AI, don't worry, don't think only about ChatGPT. This is, of course, GPT has, brought it to light, but it's only brought AI from the shadows to public, to the public gaze. That's all. Anytime when you are texting on your phone and it does an autocorrect, there is an AI program at work. When you go to Amazon and buy something and it immediately suggests 5 other products, AI is at work. AI is there in many places. If we are talking about disruption to many processes, perhaps artificial intelligence and this combination of data is going to be perhaps the biggest disruption. Already we see it happening in engineering, in science, in technology, in manufacturing, and service sectors. We see the impact of AI in many, many things already. It's going to get much worse. Now the question is, how does AI relate to labor? And these kind of digital platforms and digital technology, what does it mean? Invariably, I see discussion in terms of jobs. Of course, it will take away jobs, but then people will say it will bring new jobs. Question is, whose jobs are being taken? Who will get new jobs, right? But it's not only a matter of jobs. It is a matter of how you change the shape of labor and alienation of labor. We see this with doctors. Increasingly, doctors, you go, if they can prescribe certain tests easily, you prescribe a battery of tests and then only you look at it. You are alienated from diagnosis, right? When you have objective tools available to you, seemingly objective tools available to you, of course, it is but natural that you start. But the problem is that how the very conception of labor and how you look at the position of labor in the various sectors of the economy are looked at. This requires some fairly deep analysis and understanding. The only thing I'm talking about is the fact that People's Science Movement has to engage with this and has to develop a PSM perspective on big data and artificial intelligence. Now, there is a lot to be said on these things, but I just want to mention a couple of things and then stop. This is that I think the artificial intelligence also has certain potential, but that potential, especially what it can do for the lives of the ordinary people, for the lives of the oppressed sections of society, for the farmers, for the people that we work with. Now, is it possible? Can technology actually be put in people's hands? So I would say for PSM, placing technology in people's hands is something that has got to be a slogan for us. People's data in people's hands has to be a slogan for us. What does it mean? How do we take that and raise awareness and develop forms of, demand forms of technology, develop technology that is appropriate for the people? This is, I think, that is the time has come. On data justice, in my opinion, we are somewhere around 40 years ago when the environmentalist movement was barely, the people's movements were starting all over the world 40, 50 years ago. And I think we are somewhere there. There are groups people's groups in many parts of the country who are working on data justice, who are articulating issues of these things. Now, the kind of solidarity that is needed world over of these associations to come together and come up with ways by which we can resist the kind of hegemony that we see from especially the digital platforms and the corporations. In fact, we are now talking about just about 5 to 6 global corporations. 5 to 6 global corporations that own pretty much all the data in the world. And 20 years ago, if somebody had asked me whether I would voluntarily give my data to some corporation, I would have thought it was ridiculous. I would have thought it was impossible. But today, that's what we do. In fact, anytime you download, you're always ticking certain things, right? You say, you just want to download something. You are in a hurry. At that point, anything it'll ask for, you will say, I agree to the terms and conditions. We never read the terms and conditions. The corporations are always banking on the fact that you're never going to read the terms and conditions that you are consenting to. So this informed consent model that is being propagated, right, and how that affects our, we see that with social media. Social media has extensively entered people's lives, and it is, in fact, to a great extent, I would say it is dominating, getting over in people's thinking. Today, it's very normal for people to look for any information. First thing you do is to ask Google, right? Now, to that extent, it becomes part of your thinking and part of your way of life. So, I'll end with saying that this is something of an urgent imperative, something that People's Science Movement has to take a call on, and I hope and look forward to engagement in this in the People's Science Movement and an articulation of a perspective. There's nobody else who seems to be thinking of this. There are very few platforms in India that we see where the data and artificial intelligence are looked at from a people's point of view. It's high time that we took this up. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. इन्होंने जो बात पेश की उसका प्रिंट आउट के फॉर्म में है, वो सबको सब मेंबर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को मिलेगा. आई नाउ इनवाइट एनडी जयप्रकाश, co-convener भोपाल गैस पीड़ित संघर्ष सहयोग समिति, and also our साथी from Delhi Science Forum.
Thank you. I'm not going to any details. My detailed articles are available on NewsClick, both in English and Hindi. 7 parts have already completed, and 5 more parts will be available. But I would like to highlight some key issues. See, immediately after the disaster, nobody knew, because it was a highly toxic substance, MIC, methyl ester. Nobody knew what was the antidote to it. So a German doctor, Dr. Dorender, came from Germany, and he had extensively worked on hydrogen cyanide poisoning, And because he knew that hydrogen cyanide was one of the derivatives of MIC, he came with thousands of vials of sodium thiosulfate, which is an antidote to hydrogen cyanide poisoning. And he said that is the antidote to MIC. In fact, earlier UCC itself had issued a circular recommending use of sodium sulfate as an antidote. But immediately after, because people knew, because hydrogen cyanide was the poison which the Nazis had used to kill Jews. Millions of Jews were killed during the 1940s. People were aware of the highly toxic effects of hydrogen cyanide. Immediately, UCC wanted to suppress this information. And they withdrew their own circular. But on 11th December 1984, ICMR itself issued a circular recommending the use of hydrogen cyanide as an antidote. But 2 days later, the government of Madhya Pradesh issued a circular banning the use of sodium thiosulfate, overriding the recommendation made by ICMR. I mean, many people are unaware of this, that ICMR's own recommendation was overruled by the state government because of pressure from Union Carbide. See? And for the next 6 months, sodium thiosulfate was not disallowed, it was banned. And ICMR, despite taking this decision on 11 December 1984, did not stand by, did not have the courage to oppose the decision of the government. And Dr. Dorender, he was deported within 7 days. A doctor who had come to serve the gas victims was deported by the government of India. You see, that's the extent to which the government was intent on defending Union Carbide. See, the other issues, you see, a team from Delhi Science Forum was one of the first groups to visit Bhopal, and our findings were that the disaster took place because of adoption of double safety standards, because Union Carbide has a similar factory in the United States where the safety systems were far better. But because of substandard safety systems, and even those safety systems were not operational on the day of the disaster. And because of our contention, in fact, CBI also supported our stand, and CBI raised it before the district court, and district court issued a letter regulatory to the US government, and a team from CBI visited the US in November 1988. And at that time, the US government said that they need permission from the state of Virginia because of the federal system. And the CBI returned to India without inspecting the West Virginia plant of Union Carbide. But on 14th February 89, the US government informed the Indian embassy in Washington that permission has been granted to the CBI to do a comparative study of the safety systems of Bhopal and West Virginia. And what is the result? On the same day, a settlement takes place in the Supreme Court of India in order to prevent comparative study. That is what actually happened. The settlement took place the day permission was granted to the CBI to do a comparative study. The fact that it would have revealed that double standards had been used. And what was the net result of the settlement? Settlement was based on the assumption that only 3,000 people had died and 1,02,000 were injured. Mind you, at that time, more than 6 lakh claims had been filed. Even without processing the claims, the Supreme Court came to a decision that only 3,000 had died. And on what basis did the Supreme Court reject more than 5 lakh claims, even without scrutiny of those claims? In fact, the scrutiny of the claims started 3 years after the settlement. See? By that time, more than 1 million claims had been filed. And it took 12 years to process the claims from 1992 to 2004 through 40 claim courts. And the claim courts came to the conclusion that more than 5,73,000 people were affected. Whereas the settlement was based on the assumption that only 1,05,000 were injured, the claim court determined that there were 5,73,000. And what happened? The compensation which was received for 1,05,000 was dispersed among 5,73,000. See? And then we pointed out that means then each gas victim only got 1/5, less than 1/5 of the amount which he or she should have received under the terms of the settlement. And this issue we have been fighting. The matter of this issue is still pending before the court. We said that now that the court has determined that the magnitude is 5 times greater than the basis on which the settlement was arrived at, you should increase compensation proportionately. The government, the courts have still sitting on our petition for the last 14 years. And the other aspect is, immediately after the disaster, ICMR itself started a epidemiological survey based on a cohort of 95,000, 80,000 gas victims and 50,000 control population. And today, the size of that cohort has come down from 95,000 to barely 10,000. And there is no explanation where this 80,000 cohort has disappeared. Our assumption is all these people are dead, but this is not being admitted by the government. The cohort on which the where survey is being conducted has disappeared. See? And the fact that neither the government or the courts are willing to accept that these people are dead. See? And we are fighting this matter before the High Court, in fact, Supreme Court from 1998. Because we said all the records, medical records of the gas cylinders should be computerized. You know, this was a petition we filed in 1998. And after 14 years, the Supreme Court gave us a favorable verdict and directed the High Court to monitor the compliance of the decision. The decision was to computerize the medical records of all gas victims. And till today, the last 14 years, 12 years, the matter has been pending in the High Court. You see? Even after 40 years, the medical records of gas victims have not been computerized. Because there are 19 different facilities, and every day, nearly 6,000 gas victims continue to visit the hospital even today. And they have multiple medical records. So each hospital maintains a separate medical record, and the same victims visit one hospital after another. We said if you computerize all these records, there will be one record for all gas victims, and they will have complete medical records. This is a deliberate act to underplay the enormity of the disaster. See? Unless a gas victim cannot claim more compensation without producing medical records. But medical records are not being properly maintained. And the other thing is, there is 1,200 crores lying unutilized in the main hospital, in the Bhopal Memorial Hospital, has 1,200 crores lying unutilized, but they are unwilling to pay higher salaries to consultants and super specialists, because of which the gas victims are being provided second-rate treatment. Because the main hospital does not have specialists and super specialists, because the poor salary scale, you know. And we have been repeatedly saying that the BMHRC should be attached with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Bhopal, so that recruitment of specialists and super specialists is possible. The other thing is about the criminal case. It is a complete farce. Even after 40 years, not a single accused, a single guilty person has been prosecuted. In fact, in 2010, 7 officials of the Indian officials of Union Carbide were prosecuted by the CJM Bhopal, Chief Judicial Magistrate. But on that very day, they were all let off on bail. And they filed appeals, and which is pending in the Sessions Court. For 14 years, the appeal is pending. What has happened is, before the hearing is over, the judge is transferred elsewhere. And the hearing starts all over again. And this tamasa has been going on for the last 14 years. You see? And we have no say in the matter, because only the prosecution is only from the CBI. So it has become a total farce. And 5 of the accused, the prosecutor are dead, and none of them have gone to jail. Only positive thing has happened is, because of our efforts of the victims groups, we've been able to bring Dow. Dow is appearing in the criminal case today because of our appeal and because of the directions issued by the lower courts. Dow has been compelled to appear on behalf of Union Carbide. Union Carbide has been bought up by Dow Chemicals today. Then I will conclude with last. Even today, the remediation has not taken place in Bhopal, because even before the disaster, Union Carbide used to dump toxic waste into what is called a solar evaporation pond, which is just situated outside the factory. And that has contaminated more than 1 million tons of soil. 1 million tons. And no remediation is taking place till today. And now what is happening is about 336 tons of toxic waste, which is lying within the factory, is they're trying to incinerate it at Pithampur, you know, and just to show that something is happening. So we've been demanding that all victims groups and Union Carbide plus government officials should sit together, work out plans to, because there is technology or on-site remediation is possible today. There is that technology is available. We said on-site remediation is possible and that should be undertaken. And Dow should pay because by using the polluter pays principle. So these are aspects which you should highlight because justice for gas victims, even you know that thousands of victims are going to hospital today, people are unaware of, and that their records are not being maintained. It's a serious crime, you know. And in the main hospital alone, 10,000 people have died during the last 24 years. We have got records on that. But they are saying that the death is not related to injury. We said if it is not, then where is the record to show that death is not related to injury? That is the importance of medical records. So this campaign for medical records should be supported, and the struggles of the gas is supported by AIPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. अब थोड़ा सा इंतज़ार कार्यक्रम की आखिरी हिस्सा है. This is the last part of today's program, and I request Asha, General Secretary AIPSN, to make her remarks.
Friends, we have the norms to announce the new executive committee in the Congress, and we will take the responsibility to do the program in coming 2 years. So, what is the norm of our All India People's Assembly? One committee is always continued for 2 terms. 1 term is 2 years and 2 terms is 4 years. So first, we had our GC on 27th, and that GC has approved the new EC in the same way. So I'm just going to present before you the new EC. So we have 3 kind of members. One is the 31 EC members. Second one is our special invitees, and third is the former general secretaries of AIPSN. So, and we have some the observation and suggestion in the GC. So that suggestion will be confirmed in the first issue of our, after this general, the first issue will confirm that suggestion. Our EC has, our GC has observed all the things, and that will be confirmed in first EC. So I am just
पढ़ना चाहती हूँ कि फोन क्योंकि रिपीट हो रहा है, तो देन अगेन ऑल्सो आई एम गोइंग टू रीड द थिंग्स. Satyajit Rat is our president. Yes, you have 3 vice president: S. Krishna Swamy, Komal Srivastav, and Prajwal Sastry. We have 5 joint secretaries: Biplab Ghosh for Northeast, Pramod Gori for Northern states, Rahul for the Western and Central region, and Satyajit Chakrabarti for Eastern region, and B. Gopinathan is the joint secretary of the Southern region. Our treasurer is, because where is there is the norms that where is your secretary, the office, the treasurer also from the same organization. Our office is in Bhopal. We have decided in the last Congress. So that's why the treasurer is from Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sabha, S.R. Azad. Other EC members: Aruna Mishra is from Paschim Banga Vigyan Manch. Anup Sarkar, he is from BSPS, Bangiya Sakshata Prasar Samiti, West Bengal. Then Lorin Mahanti is from Odisha, Bharat Gyan Vigyan Samiti Odisha. Agita Mahashabde from Navniviti Foundation, Maharashtra. Najimuddin Ahmad from Ellora Vigyan Manch, Assam. Tapan Sharma from Gyan Vigyan Samiti, Assam. Upi Ureita from Himachal Gyan Vigyan Samiti. Naresh Prerna from Himachal Haryana Gyan Vigyan Samiti. Then Murlidhar is from JBB Andhra Pradesh. Baraprasad from JBB Telangana. Satyavan Pundir from Himachal Gyan Vigyan Samiti. Mohammad Badusha from Tamil Nadu Science Forum. Dr. Mohana from Tamil Nadu Science Forum. Kamla Menon from Delhi Science Forum. Pushpa from Gyan Vigyan Samiti, Bihar. Ashok Gaidhani from Bharat Gyan Vigyan Samiti, Maharashtra. And Partha Sarthi from Puducherry Science Forum. These 31 EC members. I think with a club we should approve this 31. Number 2, I am just going to the special invitees. We have special invitees, 18 special invitees. Vivek Pantorio from Maharashtra, Ramanibiti. Kavita Kabir, Anita Rampal, Ashok Rao, T. Sundaraman, B.R. Raman, Madhavan from Tamil Nadu Science Forum, N. Prabha from Karnataka, Pradeep Mahapatra, because Parthiv Basu is not with us, so in place of Parthiv Basu, Pradeep Mahapatra is there. Joginder Walia from STD, Society for Technology and Development. Manoj Nigam from Eklavya. Richa Chintan from DSF. D. Tirunavuka Saru from Tamil Nadu Science Forum. Raja from JBB Telangana. Prabhat Bera from COSET. C. Ramakrishnan, Kasina Chatterjee, and Srinivas Rao. These are the 18 our special invitees. And we have 9 ex officio. MP Parameshwaran, D. Raghunandan, Dinesh Abral, Siddhi Bhattacharya, Gautam Roy, T. Gangadharan, R.S. Daiya, Sabyasachi Chatterjee, and P. Rajamanikam. All the 9 members are our former General Secretary of AIPSN. So we have decided in one of the GC that all the General Secretaries, former General Secretary will be the permanent invitee as an ex officio in our EC. So I think this is the whole EC, special invitees and ex officio. तो दोस्तों आपके सामने है, ताली बजाना तो बजाइए, नहीं तो क्या करें बताइए. प्लीज थोड़ी देर और है, सुमित्रा जी और सभी को रिक्वेस्ट है, अनीता जी को 10-15 मिनट के बाद हम खत्म कर देंगे। थोड़ा प्लीज बैठिए। कभी कभी होता है, हम 2 बजे तक तय किए थे, 1 घंटा तो होता है, मान के चलते हम लोग। तो then one announcement that we have just released one souvenir. All the delegates will take souvenir from outside. श्यामल चक्रवर्ती is the, उन्होंने इसको पूरा souvenir को किया है। अच्छा, not for all delegates, one for member organization, right? तो secretaries of the each of the organization can take from श्यामल चक्रवर्ती जी। Thank you. And friends, तो कुछ तो थोड़ा हमने इतना 4 दिन का we did our 4 days general council, and in the general council you know that we have started the general council and we presented the report in our GC with everyone and reviewed the 2 days program जो हमने किया था, 2 years का हमने उसको रिव्यू किया है और आगे क्या हो सकता है हमने बातचीत किया। During this 4 days our Congress, many 9 themes we have discussed through subplenary and workshop on different 9 themes. I don't want to repeat the things, but what we have planned? We have planned that we will do the campaigns on different issues on the next day. Number 1 is we are doing the campaign from February to afterwards on the heat waves and the other impact on climate change. This is one of the main campaigns. Second campaign, we have decided during this Congress that the agroecology. Through our agriculture days, we will do one campaign on agroecology. Third one is on scientific temper, because we know that in the first phase of the campaign, we made this declaration and a resolution. That resolution passed by the convention here in Kolkata, that we are calling this Kolkata Convention. I think you all have the copies. We printed that. So now in the second phase, we from this Congress, we take this declaration and resolution to the people, and we do this campaign through this. Fourth one is education. You know, we did the Save Education, Save the campaign. We again will continue this in the second phase. We will take this our declaration and charter of demand on NEP to the people of India, in many states up to the village level, do some dialogues, get the suggestions, and make the people to struggle against this NEP. This is the second phase campaign, and also we decided that we will make one 5 years report of NEP because NEP started in 2020, so it will be completed 2025 is the 5 years of NEP. So we will prepare one very good report on NEP on behalf of All India People Science Network. And also we have decided many things, I am not going to, that forming the learning center not only for the children but for the adult also. These are the things that we have decided. And we are also planned one very good campaign on gender and social justice that has been planned by the committee, that will be from 8th March to 14th April, the good plan on gender and social justice. And also we have done all the things in this campaign. Culture will be the main aspects, and of course through this we will do a very good media campaign. So these are the things that we have decided in our 3 days camp. So I think दोस्तों, मुझे लगता है कि अभी कुछ challenges क्या है, चुनौती क्या है? चुनौती है कि how to reach many people, many more scientists, many more social scientists. We have to reach them, we have to bring in our organization, उनको हमारे संगठन में लाना है. अकेले नहीं कर सकते जितनी बड़ी political situation of this country. So we have to fight against that. For that we have to involve so many people in this network. This is our main challenges. What we are doing this campaign, not we are doing this campaign as an event. This is a political campaign, cultural campaign. Through this, how can we bring the people and how can we fight against this fascist government? This this is the challenges before us. So that's why हमको केवल इनको लाना है and also we have to expand network. Now we have 40 organization. How to do is 45 or 50. That is also the challenge before us, and I hope we'll do in the coming 2 years. So I think with this the way forward, the future plan, I will stop my things and I will request our chairperson to make the next announcement. Thank you. Thank you very much.
अभी ये कांग्रेस के बारे में एक छोटा सा वीडियो दिखाया जाएगा. There will be a small video which is a summary of the conference.
Light up.
There is going to be a video of the entire proceedings which happen, which has been very nicely made, and after that there will be a closing song, so please stay, and following that there will be a vote of thanks by Asha, General Secretary. So kindly just stay on for a few more minutes.
हम देखेंगे हम देखेंगे लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे हम देखेंगे लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे हम देखेंगे वो दिन के जिसका वादा है हम देखेंगे वो दिन के जिसका वादा है हम देखेंगे जो लौहे अज़ल में लिखा है हम देखेंगे लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे हम देखेंगे जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे हम महकूमों के पांव तले ये धरती धड़
मैं कह रही हूँ जिनके साथ आप 4 दिन रहे उनको थोड़ा धन्यवाद नहीं देना है? ये क्या बात है? इतना बच्चा खाया खाली प्रचार। अच्छा, तो एक काम रुक गया है। हमने पूरा 2 साल में कुछ हमारे पोजीशन पेपर्स हमने तय किया था। सत्यवान आइए, सत्य चक्रवर्ती जी आइए, सत्यवजीत जी आइए। ये रिलीज करिए, सत्यवान दे दो उनको, रिलीज करिए। अब आओ, रिलीज करो, प्रदीप जी आइए, प्रदीप जी आइए, प्लीज कम, यू कम। ये जितना हमने 2 साल में जितना पोजीशन तय किया उसको हमने कंपाइल किया। दिस इज आवर पोजीशन पेपर्स। वन मिनट। सबसे पहले मैं क्योंकि इतना अच्छा तैयारी था, अच्छा था या नहीं? हाँ, तो 3 संगठन और जिन्होंने और सब काम किया है। सबसे पहले मैं बुलाऊंगी प्रदीप कुमार महापात्र जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ PBBM, प्लीज कम, ही इज हियर। एंड आवर अनूप सरकार, सेक्रेटरी ऑफ BSPS, प्लीज कम। अनूप जी, वेयर इज अनूप जी? एंड प्रभात बेरा जी, ही इज द सेक्रेटरी ऑफ COSET, प्लीज कम। प्रभात जी प्लीज कम। एंड 2 EC members, अरुणा मिश्र जी एंड सत्यजी चक्रवर्ती जी। एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस the director of this council of veterinary council, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Das, where is he? Please come, Pradeep ji। So दोस्तों थोड़ा पता होना चाहिए। और नेक्स्ट कांग्रेस भी तेलंगाना कहाँ गए? Where is तेलंगाना? Okay, so I think this ये we will thanks, हम धन्यवाद देंगे PBBM, COSET और BSPS को और बहुत से ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, लगभग more than 25 organizations with this 25 organizations they have constituted an organized as we did in all the congress. They have constituted an organizing committee and that committee, वो committee ने इसको पूरा किया। उस committee में और उसके साथ साथ ये जो यहाँ जो यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वेटनरी काउंसिल है वहाँ के, और राम जी हम आपको बुलाए थे मंच पे, आइए। अरे आप बुलाए थे, कहाँ गए आप? इधर आइए। तो उसमें लगभग टीचर, स्टूडेंट्स, स्टाफ और जो ये सभी मिल के बहुत काम किया। आपने देखा होगा कितनी अच्छा से वो किया है उन्होंने। पूरा सारे टीचर, पूरा स्टाफ लगे थे। उसके अलावा हमारे पूरा इसका सब ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी ने 15 सब कमिटीज बनाया था। वो 15 सब कमिटीज का नाम जो है इसमें उनका जो अपने सोवेनियर दिया उसमें 15 सब कमिटीज को भी हम धन्यवाद देंगे जिन्होंने इसको पूरा किया। जोरदार ताली आज बजाइए। ये ऐसा नहीं है जितने हमने अच्छा खाया तो ताली तो नहीं बजा पाएंगे, ये क्या बात हुई? तो बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने किया है। Some people have told me they have brought some nasta, some dry food, dry nasta with them. They wanted to take here, but उन्होंने मुझे कहा उसको तो हमको खाने को मौका नहीं मिल रहा। इन्होंने इतना खिला रहे, थोड़ा लंच हजम नहीं हुआ, देन ब्रेकफास्ट वो टिफिन आ गया, फिर खाना आ गया। वो खाना में वेराइटीज, तो जो लेके आए थे घर से, कई नए डेलीगेट्स तो लेके आए थे, उनको खाने को मौका नहीं दिया उन्होंने। वो वापस आई ऑल्सो, तो वापस कुछ बिस्कुट लाए, तो वो खाने को मौका नहीं मिला। इतना खाना खिलाया और कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि इतना खाना खिलाया तो थोड़ा दिक्कत भी हो गई, उनको भी थोड़ा दिक्कत हो गई, इतना खाना मत खिलाओ। तो तो इसीलिए बहुत अच्छा और इतना व्यवस्थित किया, एक्चुअली रियली इन्होंने इतना मेहनत किया। जुलाई से दे हैव स्टार्टेड, जुलाई से। और आपको पता है ये PBBM पश्चिम बंगाल विज्ञान मंच और जो हमारा 3 संगठन है और सभी साथी, इन्होंने बहुत कुछ कलेक्शन किया। कलेक्शन कई जिलों से उनका मछली आया, जो हम मछली खा रहे थे, मिठाई आ रहा था, और जो चावल का लाभ जो अपने खाया, पुलाव जो भी खाया, वो जो मीठा वाला, वो भी PBBM ने कई जिले में उन्हें राइस का काम करते, वहीं से वो राइस आया था। ताली बजाइए थोड़ा सा। अब मेरे को ताली बजाना पड़ता है, ये तो बहुत गलत बात है। कितना वॉलेंटियर, कितने संभव होगा? 350 वॉलेंटियर्स, दे वर वर्क डे एंड नाइट। और आपको पता है, मैं जो फर्स्ट डे आई थी, हमने मीटिंग किया, मीटिंग हो रही थी वहाँ पर, हमारे फॉर्मर जनरल सेक्रेटरी CD भट्टाचार्य थे, तो उनके सामने तो आई वॉज सरप्राइज्ड। एक एक जिलों ने मेहनत करके उनको पैसा दिया। आई थिंक अराउंड 29 lakhs दे हैव कलेक्टेड फ्रॉम द डिस्ट्रिक्ट। मे भी थोड़ा आगे पीछे होगा, लेकिन इतना दिया। उसके अलावा भी काइंड में दिया, मिठाई आ रहा था, मछली आ रहे थे, चावल आ रहे थे, वेजिटेबल आते थे, सब अलग अलग जिलों से ही आ रहे थे। 350 वॉलेंटियर ने काम किया। PBBM ने 22 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी इसको अलग से उन्होंने अपनी कमेटी बनाई, डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी विथ यूएस उन्होंने बनाया है। तो ये बहुत अलग अलग तरीके से उनको आपको सपोर्ट हुआ है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये भी एक इंजस्टिस होगा इफ आई नॉट स्पेयर द एटलीस्ट कन्वीनर नेम ऑफ द डिफरेंट सब कमिटीज। ये थोड़ा इंजस्टिस होगा। थोड़ा पढ़ लो, 1 मिनट, मैं 1 मिनट पढ़कर खड़ा हूँ, 1 मिनट मुझे लगेगा, ज़्यादा नहीं लगेगा, मैं पटपट पढ़ लूँगी। आपने दिया तो पढ़ लेते हैं हम थोड़ा सा। देखिए इनके एकोमोडेशन सब कमिटी में, अच्छा, ये पूरा जो हमारा ऑफिस जो चल रहा था रात दिन, आपने देखा होगा कुछ लोग पूरा बैठे हुए थे वो बाहर। तो उसके चेयरमैन थे तपन मिश्रा। वेयर इज ही? तपन मिश्रा जी एंड तपन गिरी और तनुश्री चक्रवर्ती, वो कहाँ गए सब? ये लोगों ने, आप देखा होगा पूरा समय हमको कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो बताते थे, तुरंत 1 मिनट पे सामान आता। तो ऑफिस को बहुत अच्छा मैनेज कर रहे थे। एक एकोमोडेशन सब कमेटी के चेयरमैन शिवानी सिन्हा, हम जानते हैं शिवानी दीदी को, शिवानी दीदी कहाँ है। और कन्वीनर आपने देखा होगा झोला, मैंने कहा आप सोते नहीं सोते हो? हम ये किसान आश्रम में रहते, सुबह उठा तो देखते हैं और रात को देर तक भी जगह रहते हैं। तो कलोल घोष, पुष्पेंदु बनर्जी एंड देवाशीष कुंडू, ये तीनों अपने अकोमोडेशन के। ताली बजाइए। सोवेनियर सब कमिटी चेयरमैन सिद्धार्थ दत्ता एंड कन्वीनर श्यामल जी, प्लीज कम, आ जाओ आप। श्यामल जी इज द कन्वीनर एंड अनूप सरकार ऑल्सो, वही है, आप नहीं हो? अच्छा, मेंबर्स है 8-10 लोग, मेंबर्स का नाम थोड़ा नहीं पढ़ रही हूँ, इसमें है, आप लोग देख लेना। एंड योर Parthiv Basu was there in the Souvenirs subcommittee. Unfortunately, he is not with us. The other members have completed their tasks. And this seminar subcommittee, Tapan Shah ji, where is Tapan Shah? ये सब लोग खाना खाने चले लगता है। And convener Milan Gain और Sovanik Roy, Milan Gain and Sovanik Roy. Okay, there are other members also. Reception subcommittee, chairman Nilanjan Sengupta and convener Partho Ghosh and Maitri Basu Vishwas. Tali. Food subcommittee अब काम किया गया। Chairman उत्पल दत्ता, chairman, और convener संजय घोष and शक्तिपदा प्रधान. And other members are there. So many volunteers are there in the food. Transport subcommittee chairman Gautam Gangopadhyay and convener SK सुलेमान पुलक चक्रवर्ती। ये सबका नाम आप सुनते होंगे, आप लोग फोन आप करते रहे बीच में। यहाँ है सुलेमान, SK और पुलक भी नहीं है। ओके, देन our volunteer subcommittee chairman Joydeep Mukherjee, he was there in the office always. Jaydeep Mukherjee, and the convener Devashish Roy, Gopal Chandra Naskar and Tapas Shah. ताली बजाइए. फाइनेंस की बात आ गई, अपन ने कुछ छोटा है पैसा देना है इनको. फाइनेंस सब कमिटी चेयरमैन निरतन बंदोपाध्याय एंड कन्वीनर तरुण मंडल इज द ट्रेजरर ऑफ पश्चिम बंगाल विज्ञान मंच. कैंपेन सब कमिटी चेयरमैन गोपाल देव एंड कन्वीनर बसक अमित मुखर्जी was taking photographs. Where is Amit Mukherjee? Then technical subcommittee chairman Sujata Maiti, Dr. Sujata, come here. And convener Aruna Mishra and Joydeep Chandra. ये अरुणा मिश्र देखिए, आपने देखा होगा बैग ले लेके दौड़ रहे थे इधर उधर पूरा, जैसे बैग देना वो करना है, आपने देखा होगा. Then we have our medical subcommittee chairman Anup Roy and convener Dr. Fuad Halim and Dr. Momita Chatterjee. Decoration subcommittee, very good decoration was there this year. Chairman Kamal H and convener Saurabh Chakrabarti. कहाँ गया सौरभ? ये बैठा था. सौरभ चक्रवर्ती, सुनील दास एंड मणिकलाल कर. कल्चरल सब कमिटी श्यामल चक्रवर्ती जी, थोड़ा दे सकते. एंड कन्वीनर रत्ना रॉय, इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम करते रहे, और सुचिस्मिता मिश्र. एंड साइंस फेयर एंड एग्जीबिशन सब कमिटी चेयरमैन प्रदीप कुमार दास, कन्वीनर अनिंदा चौधरी एंड शिवाजी घोष. ये पूरा 15 मेंबर्स का मैंने पढ़ा, और इतना अच्छा जो पूरा डेकोरेशन होता है. और सबसे एक बात हम भूल गए, जो कल्चरल चीज़ें बहुत अच्छा. आपको मालूम होगा, सुबह हमको लग रहा था कि थोड़ा और लंबा हो जाए, ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा. बहुत बढ़िया ताली. जितनी भी कल्चरल प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर हुआ है, उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करने में श्यामल चक्रवर्ती और ऑल्सो कन्वीनर नरेश फ्रॉम कन्वीनर ऑफ कल्चर ऑफ ऑल इंडिया AIPSN. तो मुझे लगता है कि इन सबको हम बहुत ताली, हमने बहुत सीखा भी है. वी हैव लर्नड अ लॉट फ्रॉम दिस थिंग्स. आई थिंक इन द कमिंग कांग्रेस वी विल डू. एंड नॉट ओनली हमने एक तरीके से केवल खाना नहीं सीखा, कितना ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके से किया हुआ है. तो वी आर द ऑर्गेनाइज सोचने वाले संगठन है. तो वी आर नॉट NGO. सो दैट्स व्हाई ये हमने लर्न किया. अगर आप इस तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज करते एक समझ के साथ, तो वो बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है. ये पीपल साइंस मूवमेंट है. दे हैव इन्वॉल्व द पीपल्स ऑफ पश्चिम बंगाल, West Bengal. They have involved the peoples and they made this as a people science congress. Great thanks, many thanks to the organizing committee and all the three organizers. Thank you very much. बहुत लोगों ने क्रेडेंशियल नहीं दिया है. इसमें 300 कितना बता दो. बहुत लोगों ने क्रेडेंशियल नहीं दिया. प्लीज give the credential to your general secretary and send here, because we are not able to present the credential report because we have no credential form. Please. Thank you very much.
Please hold. There is a concluding song.
Concluding song, Satish from Uttarakhand, and then Tamil Nadu, Shashi Kumar. Satish, please come on the stage. Please wait for last 3 minutes. Everyone, please. सतीश आपको सबको साथ मिला के गवाएगा, अकेला नहीं गाता वो कभी भी. ये उसका तरीका है ही नहीं. सतीश आओ. सत्यवान आओ, ये स्टेज पर आइए.
हेलो सत्यवान जी. साथियों, ये ओम प्रकाश नदीम जी का गीत है और हम सब लोग गाएंगे. इस गीत की आज बहुत आवश्यकता है. ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़ने और पढ़ाने आए हैं.
ढाई आकर प्रेम का पढ़ने और पढ़ाने आए हैं.
और ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़ने और पढ़ाने आए हैं।
ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़ने और पढ़ाने आए हैं।
हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं।
हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं।
भगत सिंह के इनकलाब से, गांधी के आवाहन से,
भगत सिंह के इनकलाब से, गांधी के आवाहन से,
और जो हमने सीखा है अशफाकुल्ला के जीवन से,
और जो हमने सीखा है अशफाकुल्ला के जीवन से,
उसी सीख का दीप जलाकर हो, उसी सीख का दीप जलाकर जोत जगाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का
हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं।
जिस आजादी की खातिर लाखों लोगों ने जुल्म सहे,
जिस आजादी की खातिर लाखों लोगों ने जुल्म सहे,
कितनों ने गोली खाई, कितने जेलों में बंद रहे,
कितनों ने गोली खाई, कितने जेलों में बंद रहे।
उस आजादी की रक्षा की हो, उस आजादी की रक्षा की कसम उठाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का
हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं।
जिसमें बाबा साहिब ने सबको समान अधिकार दिए,
जिसमें बाबा साहिब ने सबको समान अधिकार दिए,
शोषित पीड़ित दलित वर्ग को कानूनी उपचार दिए,
शोषित पीड़ित दलित वर्ग को कानूनी उपचार दिए।
हम अपने उस संविधान का हो, हम अपने उस संविधान का मान बढ़ाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। बहुरंगी फुलवारी का ये हुस्न बनाए रखना है,
बहुरंगी फुलवारी का ये हुस्न बनाए रखना है।
तरह तरह की खुशबुओं से इसे सजाए रखना है,
तरह तरह की खुशबू से इसे सजाए रखना है।
हम अपने पुरखों का ये हो, हम अपने पुरखों का ये संदेश जगाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़ने और पढ़ाने आए हैं। ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़ने और पढ़ाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हम भारत से नफरत का हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं। हर दाग मिटाने आए हैं।
अभी तमिलनाडु से हमारा आज इस पूरे प्रोग्राम का आखिरी गान तमिलनाडु से।
तादैय तादैय तेय तरिगिडदित्तोम तरिगिडदित्तोम तादैय तादैय तेय तरिगिडदित्तोम तरिगिडदित्तोम காலம் நம் கையில் தானே எதிர்காலம் நம் கையில் தானே காலம் நம் கையில் தானே காற்றில் கலந்து வரும் ஒலியில் நீல கடலில் குதித்து வரும் அலையில் காற்றில் கலந்து வரும் ஒலியில் நீலக்கடலில் குதித்து வரும் அலையில் வானில் சிரித்து வரும் நிலவில் வானில் சிரித்து வரும் நிலவில் நாம் வாழ்வோம் வாழ்வோம் என்ற கானத்தை கேளு வாழ்வோம் வாழ்வோம் என்ற கானத்தை கேளு தாதைய தாதைய தெய்ய தரிகிடதித்தோம் தரிகிடதித்தோம் தாதைய தாதைய தெய்ய தரிகிடதித்தோம் காலம் நம் கையில் தானே எதிர்காலம் நம் கையில் தானே காலம் நம் கையில் தானே
थारू AIPSC कामयाब थारू AIPSC कामयाब थारू AIPSC कामयाब बंगाल के साथियों का धन्यवाद बंगाल के साथियों का धन्यवाद धन्यवाद